Good morning. I call to order the Tuesday, March 21st, 2017 County of Placer Board of Supervisors meeting. We will begin this morning with the flag salute led by Supervisor Duran. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Supervisor Duran. All right, we will now move to our consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved by a single roll call vote. Although anyone may ask to address consent items prior to the board taking action, and the item may be moved for the discussion. Are there any members of the board that would like to pull anything off consent? Any members of the public here or in Tahoe who would like to pull anything off consent? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? This is a roll call. May we have a roll call, please?
Holmes? Duran? Yes. Wygant? Yes. Euler? Montgomery?
Yes. Thank you very much. We'll now move to public comment. Any person may address the board on any item not on today's agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up again at the end of regular session. And please understand that the board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. Please come forward, identify yourself. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sarah Christie. I am a resident of North Auburn. I have been up here before. I'm the lady who did the real estate analysis regarding the North Auburn homeless shelter and what it has done to property values. And just as a reminder, it was $30,000 per house, per lot, hard, factual MLS data that is non-refutable as what the shelter has done from an economic impact standpoint. I am asking today that you direct the Planning Commission at their Thursday meeting to not approve the recommendation for the cup use for the shelter. Not only is it a significant economic impact to the community, it continues to spiral downward. Just this last week, there was further issues. An Auburn Sutter Faith security guard was assaulted in the parking lot. A shelter resident was arrested and charged with fraud at Target for fraudulent check cashing and theft. There was another issue at St. Joseph's School. These are kids that are K through 8. It is not okay what has gone on in our neighborhood. There was numerous calls to the shelter, Ask PCSO, that I know of at least this week. There was 2 or 3 for fights in that vicinity. Our North Auburn neighborhood has continued to spiral downward. What you don't know, and you may hear on the side, is you've got a significant number of county employees that are fearful. They are afraid that if they speak up, they're going to lose their jobs. They're going to lose their livelihood. They are, but they are scared shitless most days to come to work. It's not okay what you have done. I know one instance where an employee left. She was made to sign a gag order in regards, she was the liaison between the shelter and PCSO. They made her sign a gag order in order for her to exit and get whatever her exit package was, that she had to be silent of the true occurrences that has gone on there. Again, I'm asking you please to go back and redirect the Planning Commission. It came out, and I know at least Jim Holmes knows of it this week, that the director was arrested for drugs this week. The director of a homeless shelter that supposedly is there to help the participants transition to a new area. It tells me 2 things. Number 1, there's no oversight. Number 2, VOA, is doing a shitty job of managing that shelter. It's not okay. What has also occurred is other things have come out about that. bicycles coming in at night, being repainted, sold on Craigslist, drug transactions in the parking lot. All of this affects North Auburn. It's ironic. Your first agenda today is about families and keeping them safe, right?
And I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, but that's exactly what you have not done to the North Auburn neighborhood. Please redirect the Planning Commission. That shelter needs to be closed. You need to slow down. You need to start from scratch. I know a lot of money has been invested and a lot of time.
Thank you for
but
your
something
comments.
needs to be done.
Any other public comments at this time? Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Gary McDonald, Executive Director of Lighthouse Counseling and Family Resource Center. We have the Celebrity Waiter Luncheon is coming up May 19th, 2017. It's a Friday, and I know that a number of you have agreed to be waiters. So I'm here actually to publicly thank you for agreeing to be waiters, and for those who can't make it this year, hopefully next year. But I also want to thank you for the support that you've given Lighthouse over the years, and I would be remiss if I didn't come here and tell you that in person. I have served in public office in the past, and I know it's a difficult position. A lot of times you're caught between a rock and a hard place, but I just want you to know that there are people out there that very much appreciate what you do, and I want to be on that list of one of those people that appreciates you, and the people that Lighthouse serves appreciates you as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment here in Auburn? Any public comment in Tahoe? All right, seeing none, I am going to close public comment, and we will move to board member reports. Do we have any board member reports today? Okay. I did just want to mention that I did attend the Local Government Commission Policymakers Conference this last weekend. A number of very interesting reports. Our primary focus was, unsurprisingly, on housing supply and affordability in California. I will be putting together some notes that I will submit to our CEO so that he can share those with all of you in a process that meets the Brown Act. Also had some conversations around the future of water in California, and some very interesting conversations and presentations around the future of autonomous vehicles, with a focus on how we as land use planners might or should be planning for autonomous vehicles and the different patterns that they could create in our communities. And then last but certainly, or not last, but one that was very interesting was fighting food waste and figuring out a better way to connect food producers like hospitals, schools, jails, with people in your community who have unmet food needs, whether it's families, whether it's folks in shelters, whether it's seniors. Really very interesting program around that, and again, I'll be sharing that information. Our last presentation was from Carl Guardino, the CEO of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. He brought some very interesting information around competitiveness and innovation that, while it focuses on Silicon Valley, definitely has some implications for us here in Placer County. So I brought a couple copies of that I'll be sharing with our Economic Development Director. And if anyone's interested in getting their own copy, I can arrange to get those to staff. But it was a very, very useful, very interesting, and very fruitful conference, and just wanted to report out on that. All right, I see no other supervisor reports, or board member reports, sorry. So we will move to our first department item, since we are actually not quite at our first timed item. We'll be looking at department item number 5A, Revenue Agreement, State of California, Department of Healthcare Services. Maureen Baumann presenting. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm bringing you a contract amendment this morning. It's a revenue contract with the Department of Healthcare Services, increasing the revenue by $1,162,000 for a new amount of $12,307,000. The contract is from July 2014. It was a 3-year revenue agreement through June 30th of 2017, so this current fiscal year. The department uses this revenue agreement in order to provide us the dollars that are the federal block grant dollars for substance abuse, as well as the federal financial participation for the drug Medi-Cal services. We anticipated this increase and have adjusted contract providers who are already using those dollars and on trend to use the dollars that are coming in through this contract. We would also ask that you authorize the department head to sign any additional contract amendments, although we're near the end, so we're thinking this is probably close to the end. Let's see. I think the contracts that are being used in terms of this really are a continuum outpatient, intensive outpatient, but really this increase is probably primarily the methadone maintenance services, which has been increasing. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but would recommend approval of the amendment.
Any questions from any member of the board? I see none. Any member of the public have any questions or comments on this item? I see none. What's the pleasure of the board? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none. Maureen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, we will move to our 9:10 timed item. Flip my page back over here. This is a Health and Human Services item. Twyla Abramson is presenting, along with Barbara Bassana. Welcome. This is a proclamation to declare April 2017 Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month. Welcome.
So good morning, Chair Montgomery, board members, Mr. Bosch, Mr. Carden. Obviously, Twyla Abrahamson for the Children's System of Care, and as you said, I'm also joined by Barbara Bassana, who's the Executive Director for Kids First. Placer County Health and Human Services and the Children's System of Care work collaboratively with a number of community partners to both prevent and treat child abuse and neglect, including our family resource centers, law enforcement, faith-based organizations, and others. Chief among these partners is the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, who serves as the Tahoe Truckee Child Abuse Prevention Council, and Kids First, who serves as the Child Abuse Prevention Council for Western Placer County. Kids First has, for the past 27 years, led local efforts to raise awareness about child abuse and neglect, educate the community, and has delivered a variety of services which assist and support Placer's family in creating healthy and nurturing homes in which children can thrive. The month of April is National Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month, and Placer County desires to support Kids First and all allied community partners in raising awareness and providing education to the community regarding the most effective methods to prevent child abuse. We'd also like to encourage all employees, Board of Supervisor members, and other county partners to wear blue ribbons or pinwheels. We have a few for you. The first full week of April, and wear all blue on April 7th. So we do have a requested proclamation, and then Barbara also has a few comments, and we also have a very short video.
Okay, let's start with Barbara's comments, and then I will read the proclamation. Sorry, I can't speak today. I will read the proclamation. Oh, my Lord. And then we will go to the very short video. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Honorable Board of Supervisors. Barbara Bassana, Executive Director for Kids First Child Abuse Prevention Council. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. And Placer County has a lot of soul. It takes a community to raise children and strengthen families, to put kids first in families and communities. Thank you, Placer County, for being a leader, along with North Lake Tahoe Collaborative and Children's System of Care and Health and Human Services, to take the example to support children and families. Not only from the revenue sharing funds that you give back to the community as part of the board's actions, but the continued board presence that you have in the community at the first 5 commissions and the various boards and commissions that support children and families. From the partnerships and leaderships that we have from Children's System of Care and Health and Human Services to support and nurture children and families, to provide a safety net for county families and children. The other community-based organizations to promote child and family health, medical and dental assistance, in-home nursing, and much, much more. The criminal justice community, the Sheriff's Office has a community services unit that provides services in the schools, in the home, problem-oriented policing, Placer Sheriff's Athletic League, of which we partner with them, the DA and their work with the Multidisciplinary Interview Center and probation with the different programs to provide services to prevent incarceration and recidivism. From the county's 66 parks, trails, museums that you provide families and children so that they can have a place to live and recreate and be safe and have positive activities. And the close relationships between our counties, the libraries, and the schools help our constituents live and thrive. All of these and more come together to help provide support to families and children so they can be healthy, safe, and have a nurturing environment. Every child deserves a safe, happy, healthy childhood, and it's working in Placer County. It continues to have a slow, steady drop of the number of allegations reported by UC Berkeley from year to year. So good job, Placer County. Now, those are the end of my comments, and thank you very much for proclaiming April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. We do have a starter child abuse prevention kit, so we're encouraging you to take advantage of Eric Bergen's great services in the PIO to do a short video to show how you support child abuse prevention, and we also have pins that have been provided free from Prevent Child Abuse America.
Okay,
So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Barbara. And I just wanted to very quickly mention Sarah Schrichty, who is the coordinator for the Tahoe Truckee Child Abuse Prevention Council, had hoped to be here today. The weather prevented her from coming, but she wanted to personally extend her thanks to the board for our efforts, not just here in the west end of the county, but also in eastern Placer County.
And just a note on the video, we are going to put their logo on the video as well. We haven't gotten it, so this is a draft.
Okay. Thank you. Duly noted. I will make sure they get that logo to you. So what we'll do now is I will read this proclamation, and then we will watch the video, and then we'll take a few photos. All right. This is a proclamation declaring April 2017 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month in Placer County. Whereas all adults and caregivers have a responsibility as neighbors, community members, and citizens of Placer County to help create healthy, safe, and nurturing experiences for children and youth, and whereas safe and healthy childhoods help produce confident, successful, and independent adults, and whereas child abuse and neglect often occurs when people find themselves in isolated or stressful situations without community resources, and whereas the majority of child abuse cases stem from situations and conditions that are preventable when our communities are supportive, active, and engaged, and whereas child abuse and neglect can be reduced by making sure every family has the support it needs and deserves to raise their children in a healthy environment, and whereas effective prevention programs succeed because of partnerships among agencies, schools, religious organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community, and Placer County's collaborative is among the most effective in the country. And whereas for 27 years, Kids First, comprised of two counseling and family resource centers located in Roseville and Auburn, has served the Sierra Sacramento region as a child abuse prevention council, and Tahoe Truckee Child Abuse Prevention Council in coordination with the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. And whereas wearing the color blue, wearing a blue ribbon, or displaying a pinwheel in April will serve as a positive reminder that together we can prevent child abuse and keep our children safe. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the above proclamation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer on behalf of the citizens of Placer County at the regular meeting held March 21, 2017, and we do hereby proclaim April 27 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month. Excellent. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. If we could roll the video, I will walk down while that's rolling, and then we'll get some photos.
I am not 7 in 1,000. I am not abused. I am not neglected. I am not mistreated. Why? Because I am noticed, cared for, loved, by those around me. My coaches, my teachers, My friends' parents. My grandparents. And most of all, my family.
Put Barbara in between. Yes. And we're all in blue. You might notice. It's not quite April. Thank you so much. Oh, great job. Great job, Twyla. Okay, that was our feel-good moment for the day. We'll get to the budget later. Okay, it's being time for our second timed item. We are going to move to our 9:15 item. This is a Sheriff's Department presentation regarding the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control Director's Award for Outstanding Performance. Ramona Prieto. You don't look like a Ramona. Just, I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but
Good morning,
welcome.
Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm not Ramona Prieto, but on behalf of Acting Director Ramona Prieto of the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, I do thank you for the opportunity this morning to speak to you very briefly and recognize your Sheriff's Office for some wonderful work that they've been doing through us in our grant assistance program. Before I do that, I would like to commend you, the Board of Supervisors itself, for your continued dedication towards strong alcohol enforcement within your communities. The seeking of local grant assistance from us comes through you as an affirmative decision reflecting your dedication in this area. We, as the primary policers of alcohol laws in the state, cannot do it without the support and dedication of local communities as well. And we very much appreciate your continued dedicated efforts toward making our communities stronger and safer through strong and dedicated enforcement operations. So thank you very much. The Grant Assistance Program has been around for 20 years. In fact, what we are recognizing the Sheriff's Office for today was their performance in the 2015-2016 grant year through us. It marked our 20th year of providing local assistance to local agencies throughout the state. Each year, dozens of agencies apply for grants through us through a scrutinized assessment of those RPFs. We provide usually 20 to 30 awards per year. The award given in 2016 from us actually cut your proposal in half in terms of dollars. We were sorry about that, but we found that your agency actually came through with higher performance than just about any other agency that we had in terms of the kind of output they had with the dollars that they were given. Whether it was conducting enforcement operations in our minor decoy shoulder tap program, which improves compliance and provides policing for local businesses, or doing alcohol-related enforcement in recreational areas such as Lake Tahoe or Folsom Lake, and everything in between that, conducting community outreach, preventative education-based programs with licensees themselves and the community at large for increasing awareness about the dangers of irresponsible alcohol use. They did it all. And they did it all with dedication in just about every area and a terrific sense of balance throughout, making, again, their community around them appreciate them, and, of course, us as the agency that was, at the end of the day, providing a report assessment, found that they were, in fact, indeed worthy of one of only two Director's Awards for outstanding performance in that grant year. They are working currently under another grant that we provided them in this current grant cycle, and they are doing just as well this year. We are happy to report that they are just about done with all their grant goals, and the continued operations that they're engaged in now are reflecting dedication from them as an agency, and again, as well as from you, the board. We just want to let you know how much we appreciate everything that's being done, and on behalf of Director Prieto, I would like to commend Sergeant Dellinger and his team for all their dedication and continued cooperative efforts with us, the ABC. So thank you again.
And if all four of you gentlemen wouldn't mind sort of getting in and sharing the spotlight there so that you all get the credit you so richly deserve, that would be fantastic.
Can you get one more in here? Matt, you come Matt over. Troy? Where's our Troy? Where's Troy?
Wait, everybody get in there who should be in there.
That's right.
I don't want to be getting sad emails after this. Squeeze in, get friendly.
Thank you for the moment. Is everyone in? Troy, no, come on.
Thank
again
you
for
all.
your time.
And I'm sorry we didn't get your name.
Chris Albrecht.
Chris Albright?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. And I have to say, in Tahoe, we've seen real impacts from the program, so thank you. Okay, it not being quite time for our next timed item, we will go to our Public Works and Facilities item number 6 on our agenda. This is a department item, Placer Parkway Phase 1 Project Professional Engineering Services. We're being asked to adopt a resolution awarding a contract. And again, you don't look like Ken Graham.
No. Good morning,
Welcome.
Chair, members of the board. My name is Jeff Apps with Public Works and Facilities. I'm here to ask you adopt a resolution awarding contract number 954 to Mark Thomas and Company for professional engineering services for the final design of Placer Parkway Phase 1 in an amount not to exceed $5,050,331, and authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to execute subsequent contract amendments up to 10% of the contract amount as needed, and approve a budget revision of $6 million decrease in the Capital Project Trust Fund and increase project PC 2945 Placer Parkway Phase 1 in the engineering and transportation budget. On January 10, 2017, Sparta adopted Resolution 1702 to allocate $6 million of Tier 2 development impact fees to the County of Placer for the Placer Parkway Phase 1 design. This project will open up the Sunset Industrial area. And with that, if you have any questions.
Any questions from any member of the board? I see none. Any questions from any member of the public, either here in Auburn or in Tahoe? I see none. What's the pleasure of the board? Second. This is a roll call. May we have a roll call, please?
Holmes? Yes. Duran? Wygant? Yes. Euler? Montgomery?
Yes, thank you. We're going to move quickly to 6B. This is the Morton Road Repair Project, Construction Management and Materials Testing Services Agreement. I believe Kevin Ordway. Yes.
Yes.
Got
Good
there.
morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Kevin Ordway. I'm with Public Works and Facilities. Before I jump into my item, I want to give you a quick update on where we are with Morton Road. As you're aware, it washed out January 10th. Since then, we released a set of plans for bids on February 15th. We opened them on March 2nd. We had 9 bidders, and our low bidder was R&R Construction out of Sacramento, an amount of about $1.25 million, and they said they'd do it in 40 working days. We've awarded the contract to them, and we've got it executed, and they're having the pre-construction meeting actually right now while I'm here. We've also worked through some issues and coordinated with PG&E and AT&T to get their utilities relocated, which is happening later this week. And so that project is moving forward. And as part of that, I bring my item today, which is asking you to adopt a resolution that will authorize the purchasing manager to award and execute a contract with Drake Haglin and Associates for construction management and materials testing services in an amount not to exceed $400,000. With that, any questions?
Any questions from any member of the board? I see none. I do want to just comment that I'm so appreciative of how diligently you and all our other folks here at Placer County have worked to move this project forward quickly. It's been a little bit frustrating. I also want to, she was here earlier, I wanted to thank Janine Windishausen for connecting us to a couple folks at PG&E who really helped move the project around some tree removal and relocation of power lines forward.
Yes.
So my thanks to everybody who was part of that. David, you helped weigh in on that as well. And instead of being a 6-week process, it looks like it's going to be ready to roll sometime this week.
Yes.
So,
And thank you for all your help on that.
oh, just trying to represent my constituents, but you're welcome. Thank you. All right, so what's the pleasure of the board on this one? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Kevin. All right, we will now move to our 9:30 timed item. This is Public Works and Facilities. This is the Placer Valley Tourism, Placer County Fairgrounds item. We're being asked to adopt a resolution to designate South Placer Tourism, a nonprofit corporation doing business as Placer Valley Tourism, as the new operator of the Placer County Fairgrounds, and a couple other actions.
Yes.
Welcome, Mark.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Montgomery, members of the board. Mark Rideout from Public Works and Facilities. Pleased to be here today in a matter regarding the Placer County Fairgrounds. We do ask that your board adopt a resolution designating South Placer Tourism as the new operator and authorize staff to implement the assignment provisions in the existing agreement with the Fair Association, Placer County Fair Association of the county. We ask that your board approve and authorize the chair to sign the new operating agreement with PVT, which will operate the fairgrounds at a cost of $2 million. And that, as you'll see in the memo and understand later on, is for the cost of the repairs we'll describe. In that agreement, the Speedway term runs from July 1st of this year to December 31st of 2032, and the balance of the fairgrounds, that term runs until 2052. There was a typo in the action requested in the memo, but the agreement and the other documents specify it goes to 2052. And finally, to implement this, we ask that your board approve the budget revision appropriating the $2 million. I'd like to start my remarks by sharing excitement for the future of the relationship with PVT, as we find that many of our goals align. They consistently express a strong interest in being a good neighbor and making a positive impact in the region. I want to thank the Fairgrounds Revitalization Committee, my coworkers on staff, the impressive team that PVT has assembled who've brought us to this point today. We've made strong progress on the direction charted by your board, and in preparing for this morning, I was looking at a memo from July of 2013. On that day, your board approved a contract with the RCH Group to assess the fairgrounds and provide a comprehensive feasibility study of the fairgrounds and fair. And in the background portion of that memo, it stated that the goal is to evaluate the long-term economic viability of a flexible community resource which fosters economic growth in the surrounding community and that operates in a self-sustaining manner. We believe that the actions before your board today will take us closer to these goals. Since that time, we received the RCH report and evaluated it. We convened and met with your Fairgrounds Revitalization Committee 20 times. We've presented your board with alternatives, including moving, closing, or repairing the fairgrounds. Last summer, Placer Valley Tourism expressed an interest in the fairgrounds, and on December 6th, your board authorized a feasibility analysis agreement. PVT and their team has evaluated the condition. They've looked at the operational practicalities of the site and figuring out how that can benefit the community. Through this, they evaluated the annual rhythm of the fairgrounds. They looked at recurrent bookings like gem shows, and they also considered the lead time for PVT to produce the 2018 county fair. Through that, they came to us with a request to begin operating the fairgrounds July 1st to give them almost a whole year until the next fair. They do continue to evaluate the potential for an indoor sports and event center, as we've previously discussed. As currently envisioned, that's a $34 million project. We anticipate PVT may request the county pay $4 million of that amount. We continue to discuss this potential project, and if staff does present it to your board in the future, it'll be subject to separate environmental review. Now, these estimated costs are in addition to the repairs that we're going to be describing in the assignment, assumption, and operating agreement. I'll call it the AAO. And that specifies a $6 million minimum project for these repairs. The $2 million is the county's share of that amount. As described in the memo, those repairs will start this summer and conclude rapidly later this year. They're going to address deferred maintenance and accessibility items, new lighting, mechanical systems in the large buildings, reconfiguration of some of the RV spaces that exist on site to improve operational efficiencies, and the opportunity to receive soil for landscaping a berm along Washington to improve the front door of the project. Other provisions require that PVT conduct the annual fair, including the same type of livestock and community competition events that our citizens enjoy. PVT has engaged the Fair Board, and they're discussing transitional topics, and the Fair Board is excited about assisting with future fairs. PVT has the ability through this agreement to license the use of the fairgrounds, including the Speedway. And specifically on the Speedway, the county has the right to approve any agreement to ensure it's run within current protocols. And indeed, PVT is contemplating improved operational measures for the Speedway. The actions the actions I'm requesting of your board are exempt from review under CEQA on a number of bases. The existing operations and modest repair program contribute to that. We recommend your board's authority allow staff to make some minor technical corrections with the concurrence of County Council and Risk Management. These documents came together quickly, and I noticed at one point I said fair, and it should have been fairgrounds, so we'll fix those things. But we've come a really long way in a very short time, and again, I want to thank everybody for pulling this together. The 80th Placer County Fair will be this year, June 22nd through the 25th, and the 21st meeting of the Fairgrounds Revitalization Committee will be at the ribbon cutting on Thursday, June 22nd. I encourage you all to come. We ask that your board approve these recommendations. I'm pleased to answer any questions you have, and we have a number of folks in the audience. From Placer Valley Tourism, we have the executive director and the chair of their board, the Fair Association, and the Fairgrounds Revitalization Committee can add detail to your questions as well. So thank you.
Mark, is there a formal presentation or anything from PVT or any of the other participants?
I think David Attaway may have some remarks.
David, did you have some remarks? Please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, it's just remarks, no great presentation, but let me tell you how excited we are to be here today. First, let me thank your staff, who has, as Mark said, we've moved quickly, and we're excited about how quickly it's come together, and we think the results for tomorrow are going to be amazing. Our board unanimously approved this concept, and as Mark mentioned, we have Heather Hilton here, who is our chair, and Melissa Yelung from our board, who are here and will render any support needs. But it really breaks into two things for me. We're excited about the future opportunities that can happen here. We are excited about what it will mean for our community, and we are excited about the potential economic impact that we can derive through the correct utilization of this space. The second portion of that is the generational aspect. This is a term I've learned from Mark during the project. What we're doing here is we're creating something that will have generational impact. I hope to see part of that generation, but I know future community will love this space and will honor it and cherish it as we do. I can tell you we will be a good neighbor because that is my neighborhood. And I go down there a lot and I walk the area, and I'm excited about what I know can happen in that space and what we can do working with the county and with other community agencies. We just know it's going to be amazing. The other portion that maybe I didn't start out understanding about this project is the second portion of this is we're honored because we understand that we are accepting a trust and responsibility here. It is not just the fair, and it's not just the great things that this can provide for an economic benefit, but we've learned through the FRC and working with the Fair Association how important this is in shaping those future generations through great programs like the 4-H, as well as the FFA and those other pieces that happen on site at this space. And so we understand that now, and we certainly embrace that, and we're as excited about that. The second portion that we understand and are honored about is our community and our neighbors had a potential disaster on their hands just recently. And what happens is the Fair Board Association steps up, goes into action, And I know some of the supervisors were down there. I saw Mr. Duran during that process. And that's an important thing for this facility. And we understand that. And we know if we ever are called on or have the opportunity to serve our community and our neighborhoods, we will do that with honor and respect, because that is another key critical portion of this. Not as jazzy as some of the colors and spins and things that will happen there, but as important. And we really respect that and appreciate that. So again, I just thank you how quickly and how much staff support we got from Mark, or whether it's the attorneys. Everybody has worked diligently to make this an amazing project. And so we're just happy to start it. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I do see one light. Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, no, I'm just as excited as you are about this opportunity. As you know well, when I came into office 6 years ago, we were struggling with what we were going to do with that property, and it is, in my opinion, similar to the rail yards out in Sacramento. I mean, it's the last large piece of property in the city of Roseville, and we need to be very careful about what we do with it. I'm honored that you're honored to take on that responsibility and understand that there's a certain synergy that needs to work between the county, the local residents, and the local jurisdiction in order for it to work. So, we're going to be looking to continue to work together with the city, the county residents, in order to make this a win for everybody. So I look forward to helping you out with that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, I'm. If you had told me 20 years ago, as a member of the Fair Board Association, this is where we were going to end up, as we were looking back then at what the future of the fairgrounds was going to be, I wouldn't have believed that this was going to be possible, quite frankly. I think an awful lot of us were resigned to the inevitability of having to find a new location for the fairgrounds somewhere else under a different operating scheme. The fact that after a fairly long and very engaging process, you guys got engaged with us and came to us with this proposal is tremendously exciting for us and a great opportunity. I want to acknowledge and thank the role that Dave Henry, as the president of the Fair Association through most of this, Greg Hegwar as the manager of the fair, the role that they played in helping to bring along the Fair Association board, who I think at the start was a bit parochial with the property and everything else, and take their duties very seriously. But through Dave and Greg's help, opened their eyes to the possibility of a new future for the fairgrounds, a new management structure. And Mark, you have led, from a staff standpoint, led this process extremely well, managed some strong personalities throughout the course of this, and some emotions throughout the course of this. And so thank you for the role that you've played, and look forward, David, to working with you and your group to really make this a success.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. Supervisor Holmes.
Oh, I just want to echo Kurt's comments, and particularly thank the Fairgrounds Revitalization Committee for 20 meetings of going through an issue that kind of murky at first, but with David stepping up and your leadership, Mark, we've actually arrived at a place that's encouraging for Roseville, for Placer County, and for the fairgrounds. So thank you all for that.
Supervisor Wygant.
Just want to echo all of that. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't, but as a former 4-H'er who used to show my cows down there, I'm really excited about the opportunity. I want to thank all the players, including Mark. Everybody's done a great job, and like Kirk, I'm surprised we're all here. So I'm really excited that we can hold on to the best of our history, but look to the future and make this thing work the way it ought to. Thanks, David.
Yeah, and I just can't really do anything except echo the comments of my fellow board members. I'm just so delighted that we seem to be on a path that is going to create an asset, not just of economic value, but of spiritual and cultural and historical value. that really will both re-embrace our agricultural history, but also move forward around some very, very exciting things that, again, as Supervisor Euler said 20 years ago, we might not have even considered. So I'm just absolutely delighted by this. My thanks to you, my thanks to all the members, so many I see in the audience, of the Fair Board Revitalization Committee, and certainly thanks to county staff who were willing to really think outside the box and be very innovative in terms of how do we manage this asset that is so valuable on so many levels, and how do we protect it for the future while protecting the interests of Roseville and the surrounding community. So my thanks. I think that's it for our board. Are there any questions or comments?
Just one quick one. I was remiss in not pointing out Jack Patton, who's in the audience, who's been steering the vision for the property. And we've, as Mark says, we've had a great team through Roblin, the construction unit, and all the folks. It's been great. So again, thank you, and we look forward to the future.
Thank you, and I think Jack's here for a twofer today. But are there any comments or anybody else would like to weigh in on this from the audience? Please come forward. Thank you.
Good morning. Greg Higwer, General Manager, Fair Manager, CEO. I don't know what I am. Thank you very much for having this open and allowing me to speak. I want to thank Mark. Mark knows more about fairs now than he did 2.5, 3 years ago. You can see the gray in his hair. I don't know why that picture is up there, but I am really not that wide. Now, my best friend sitting next to me, he is, but that was right at the last fair, and here we are.
It's a wide-angle lens.
Yeah.
Unflattering.
I want to thank everybody involved. There's way, way too many, mostly Mark and his staff. We've worked really close together. In fact, right up to yesterday, working out details. 80 years the association has been managing the fairgrounds, and with a lack of reduction, I should say, of state support, it became totally unfeasible for us to continue and maintain the facility. Through all kinds of different ideas and directions, I think this group here has come up with probably the best alternative. Rebecca Desmond over here is very active in the fair industry. She was formerly the chief of the Division of Fairs and Exposition. Now she works for California Fair Service Authority. She's here mostly kind of to see what's happening, because this could be a future for a lot of different fairgrounds, especially the smaller ones. And this type of project and concept coming together is really, it's really heartfelt, because my main concern was to carry on with the fair. Yes, we are a facility, a rental agency. We, work throughout the year in providing that for the community, but we're all about fairs in the fair industry. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's about the kids. It's about the best kids in the world, 4-H and FFA. And I just want to thank all of you. I think the association, I hope maybe David would come up here and also speak for a minute. The transition is going to be working between David Attaway and the association is on a real good footpath, very open, and I think it's going to be very, very successful. And yes, Jack, I did stick it out to the fair and the next fair, and I'm going to be here for this fair too. That is one of my concerns, because the fair is an event, and depending on climate, heat, rain, whatever it is, the fair can be successful or it could be downturned. So my main concern, the association's concern, is the possible additional funding of the fair itself. But that's for a future talk. I just wanted to drop that little seed there. And again, for all you supervisors, there it is.
It's all right. You can.
Okay. I just want to thank you guys. I know how much time you spent. I think you all have a lot more knowledge about fairs. Well, with the exception of Robert, who showed it. We usually call them steers, but that's okay. Anyway, thank you so much, all of you.
I was
appreciate
actually
it.
dairy.
Oh, dairy. Oh, but thank you guys.
Oh my goodness. Who knew? Anyone else like to comment on this item?
Chairman, I'm Dave Henry, currently a volunteer with the fair. I'm no longer on the board. but I've spent the last few years on the Fair Revitalization Commission. I was also president for the entire time that we've been going through this process with Mark. I want to thank the board. First of all, Jack, we're in your district. You did a lot for us keeping the fair going. Kirk, you've been an inspiration to myself and to a lot of the board. I want to thank you for all your help and the rest of you. Mark, you and Susie and the rest of your gang, you're top notch. We couldn't have done it without you. 2 years ago, I was worried that we were going to have to shut the doors. You know, Mark came up with an idea. We came up with the Fair Revitalization Commission. I think it was an education process for most of the people on that commission. And by the time we got to the 15th meeting, we were all on the same page. We wanted to save the fair because it's important to the kids. Even though I'm not on the board now, I'm still involved in the community. I'm going out right now and meeting with various 4-H groups, talking to them about how they go out and find their buyers to bring them to the livestock auction for the fair. I was just up at Colfax yesterday talking to their club. So even though I'm not on the board, I am a volunteer on the livestock committee, and I'm looking forward to working with PVT through whatever manner in the coming years. I've been involved with the fair for 32 years in one manner or the other. I've seen management come and go. I've seen supervisors come and go, and I've seen board members come and go. But the common theme through all of that is working to keep the fair a live entity for the community and especially for the kids. And I know it's an overused term sometimes for the kids, but in this case it's true, because I've seen so many kids that have started out 30 years ago and where they are now as successful adults, and I think it's a necessary program for the community. But again, I want to thank you for all your support, and I look forward to what Placer Valley Tourism does in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on this item? Rob Unholtz, are you getting up to comment? No. Okay, just checking. Anyone in the Tahoe office want to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring this back to the board. What's your pleasure? Jerry, you looked like you were lunging for your button. Was there something you wanted to add here?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that the motion was for the 3 actions set out on the first page of the staff report, page 5 of the agenda package, and they include a budget revision.
Yes. This will be a roll call. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Duran? Yes. Wygant? Yes. Holmes? Yes. Euler? Montgomery?
Yes. Thank you very much. All right. Job well done. Thank you, everyone who showed up for this item. We'll give you a moment to filter out, and then we'll move to our next item. All right, we're going to be moving to a Public Works and Facilities item right now. This is agenda item 6C, Placer County Government Center Master Plan Update. We'll be receiving a presentation on the progress of said update, and we will be providing staff direction on the recommended master plan layout and potential next steps. Paul Breckenridge presenting. Welcome, Paul.
Good morning, Chair Montgomery and board members. I'm very pleased to be here this morning to talk about our Government Center in North Auburn. I have with me here today Jack Patton, who's been very busy with the county, obviously with the fairgrounds and now with the Government Center, to help us with the planning for that location. So what we'd like to do is ask for the recommended master plan to ask we're requesting approval on that, and I think we're going to talk about the 3 options for moving ahead later in the afternoon as part of the CFFP discussion. So for this morning, we're going to be talking about the master plan itself. Just a quick update as to the scope of the project itself. Obviously, we're looking at the future for the campus for the next 20 years. That's the big push, and that's the reason why we're doing what we're doing. Some of the bigger items there is just figuring out what the county needs for the next 20 years. So what are our specific facility and site needs for the next 20 years? And then we have come up with opportunities for space on the campus outside of the county needs. Infrastructure planning, we will be doing some environmental impact report. We have started that process. And again, we'll be talking about more of that, I think, later this afternoon. Our expected completion moving ahead is 2018, so we have a few months ahead of us on that. And then our deliverables, obviously kind of the upfront division assessments, site development alternatives, which is why we're here today. And then moving ahead, planning detail, and then getting into either with the EIR documentation and the final master plan information. So progress to date, Williams and Patton was brought on March 22nd of 2016. Since then, we've been working through that foundational information, including county needs, which we have established and looking to talk about this morning. Lots of stakeholder engagement, so I really want to emphasize that we've reached out to all the affected county departments and divisions as to their needs moving into the future of the campus. The community workshops, we've had several that have brought the community in to ask to see what they would like to see at the campus and get their thoughts and ideas on the vision, the types of uses at the campus moving ahead into the future. MAC's Historic Advisory Committee and reaching out at the county website. So we've got develop site alternatives today, and we do have a recommended single master plan. And moving ahead, if later this afternoon we're talking about maybe moving into some expanded detail on the plan, and then looking at some cost and implementation of the overall campus plan into the future. So just kind of a reminder, looking at the bigger picture of the county here and how our facilities and our services are allocated or placed throughout the county. Obviously, we've got the South Placer area with Santucci as its main piece of the puzzle, the Tahoe service area with the admin center as its main driving facility, if you will, and then HHS facilities on top of that. Auburn, obviously, we've got the Fulweiler campus here with the annex, and then up at North Auburn, obviously, with the 200 acres where that main concentration of facilities and services that we've been adding to over the last 20, 30 years now. Service centers. So just kind of the generic ovals there kind of represent the regions, if you will, and those services. And that was a big part of the push with the master planning effort, was just to ensure that what we were looking at for the government center, which is our main hub, that we were providing obviously outside of the administrative side of things, the service location, the service square footage, if you will, at that campus that was appropriate for the Auburn service area. So obviously the South Placer service area and the Tahoe service area with its facilities. So really the focus for the master plan was looking at the needs for the county, for that service area, and then the administrative piece. This is just to kind of drill in a little bit deeper, focus in a little closer to obviously our campus here. It's a quick map of Auburn and North Auburn that we have obviously that 3.5 mile distance between the two right now. The 93 master plan did call for the consolidation of the services here up to the North Auburn location. We're carrying that through with what we've found in our assessments, and so we'd like to, as we present, you'll see that in the master plan, that we're proposing that 3.5 mile distance change, if you will, for all the services that we provide moving ahead. This is just a reminder of why we're doing what we're doing at the government center, that we've established a center or a campus that has, obviously for its 200 acres, dozens of county services and functions that have been added to over the years, approximately 1,500 county employees, and then all the various, obviously, administrative and individual services for the Auburn service area and for the main administrative heart of the county as well, up at North Auburn. So with that, I'm going to have Jack kind of walk through the options that we've considered and then the recommended master plan.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, Chair Montgomery and members of the board. I'm very pleased to be in front of you after a year of very hard work by a number of folks, and I'd like to acknowledge a couple of groups in particular. We've had 3 community workshops, and those the input and guidance and questions have been invaluable and have found their way integrated into this plan. Some community voices may say we went too far in some areas and not far enough in other areas, but it really was the community has helped shape the consideration for this plan. I'd also like to acknowledge county staff. You have a fantastic county staff. We've met with a number of department heads over time. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge Rob Unholtz and Paul Breckenridge. They've been invaluable in their input and guidance over this last year, and we really appreciate that. And maybe just two, we have several consultants, but two consultants in particular. Cartwright Engineers has done the assessment for everything above and below ground, wet and dry utilities, all the stuff that makes a campus work that most of the part we don't pay a lot of attention to unless it doesn't work. And then Design Workshop, landscape architects, just very valuable partner in the envisioning process, and especially dealing with the natural landscape and the urban canopy of this wonderful campus. So the vision statement, maybe if I could just read that: create a balanced campus which positions Placer County Government Center to more efficiently provide services to the community, to provide a vital and compelling work environment, and support the area's economic vitality. That really has guided our year's worth of consideration as we've looked at pragmatic and also visionary components of what this campus could be. And Paul touched on some of the policy drivers, but certainly the 93 Comprehensive Facilities Master Plan, the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan, the previous capital improvement projects on campus, the four newer buildings in that duration of the master plan, the Placer County housing element, and then appropriate service function locations. So we went through assessment findings, and really this is the primary use is for government services to serve the people of Placer County, and all the things you know now that you must do, things you think you probably will have to do in the future, and the unknown, who knows what kinds of federal or state mandates may come your way. So the look ahead is to look for what we know, but then provide contingencies for things that may come along the way, so we don't run out of room or space. And we have both what I'd say vertical and horizontal components that to actually develop horizontally, but also the ability to densify where it may be appropriate in the future if that is necessary. Looking at all the infrastructure, I mentioned wet and dry utilities. This is a very old campus, and the Army Hospital was built for a very specific use for a very short time period, and a lot of those improvements that were put in are well beyond their what you might say their expected useful life, and they've been patched, improved, and sometimes significant upgrades over time. But the fact remains, some of the base campus elements are very, very old. CEQA, there's certainly that minimum requirement of California Environmental Quality Act, all the things that must be considered in that cultural resources, and then the economic study. The county actually has a wonderful opportunity to have what you might consider, could be considered surplus land, but land that we don't see, after years of evaluation, we don't see the need for the county's need to use that land well into the future. So we'll talk about that as we get into the plans, but that can be land leases like Home Depot, or it could be other means of that land being used for community purposes beyond just service needs, including residential, commercial, office, and hotel. We went through all of the departments you currently have, looking at their projected growth, or some may actually shrink over time for various reasons that would be very appropriate. But to look at that campus to flex as you have changing needs to serve the citizens of Placer County. And then to look at community uses, those really is the living room, the heart of the campus, and there's a very important component of the campus we'll talk about that really can serve the community. Daily, weekly, special events, that type of thing, sort of open gathering space, and which could be undercover or can be open. And then the non-county land uses, which we mentioned, mixed use, and we've worked to look ahead into the future in terms of the economic potential of that property, but certainly as time unfolds, that'll evolve and change as well. So the residential components, everybody we've talked to has considered residential to be a positive thing to the extent that there's room on this campus to provide housing. And that can be from single room occupancy, workforce, subsidized, market rate, family. It can really consider the full realm. And of course, a project proponent would come to the county and say, we'd like to take a piece of this or take the entire component as a master developer, and here's our proposal. That proposal would then be considered like any other project would be considered. Maybe looking at Home Depot as one example of how a use would be considered at a particular point in time based on the application in front of you. Current residential densities in the county are range in terms of the housing element of the general plan or the Auburn-Bowman plan, the zoning ordinance, from 15 to 21 units to the acre. We think this portion of the campus, so the portion that's set aside for non-governmental use, could easily accommodate 30 units to the acre. Of course, that's proposal dependent, but higher density may well be in order. And think of this, the higher density could be more single room occupancy units, very nice 250 or 300 square foot units with a Murphy bed, or it could be family units that are 2 or 3 bedroom units. So that range of density also has variations in size of use. Ranging from the left to the right, you'll recognize the two images on the left as being existing, some of the newer buildings on campus, and then going to the right, more aspirational in terms of the community open space, farmers markets which exist but could be enhanced, community events that can be a venue for many community events. I'm going to go through these quickly, but there are 6 guiding principles that were considered from day one and all the way through as we evaluated various options and considerations. Number 1, the efficient delivery of government services. That is your mission, that is your primary purpose. Number 2, employee well-being. A campus and buildings that provide a great place to work, great place for collaboration. It attracts the best and brightest, it keeps the best and brightest, and gives the citizens of Placer County the best delivery of services. Campus and identity and connectivity. This campus is a little bit, even if you know the campus well, there's some secret handshake routes through campus that it's not really intuitive in terms of how you get from one spot to the other. Maybe even after working here for several years, and I spent 35 years doing various things, from applying for permits to doing work for the county, and still, as we've gone through this year, every time I'm on campus, I take time to walk or drive parts of the campus to really understand it. So that's an opportunity. Building community, bringing community into the campus. Certainly you take your government services out to the citizens, and some citizens come on to campus for that purpose, but looking to bring community into the campus. Diversity in land use. Again, it's just the fact that you have 200 acres that the county doesn't need all of those 200 acres looking at least 20 years into the future. And so there's an opportunity for some great community-based spaces and uses, as well as mixed-use flex space. Integrating sustainability. This is sort of, it's one of those things, why wouldn't we, and really looking at in 2020, zero net energy will be codified for residential buildings. In 2030, zero net energy will be codified for commercial buildings. And we're well on that path with each code cycle every 3 years that we inch closer to that. So really looking even beyond zero net energy, regenerative principles, and encouraging every new project to think about the long-term future of that potential. Mobility options are something we have considered, and pedestrian first. This campus is very walkable. The distance across campus is not that far. Some days it's raining like today, and some days it's pretty hot, but having pedestrian mobility as a first option, making it comfortable, convenient, intuitive wayfinding, and then maybe the golf cart type vehicles, the very low energy impact type of vehicles, but really planning for those kinds of vehicles that are not necessarily licensed to be on public roads, although all of our speeds would be under 35 miles an hour, so that certainly is a possibility. Bike travel, there could even be a bike sharing, county bike sharing, a public bike sharing program on campus where you can pick up a bike at one end of the campus and ride it to the other end, or to lunch, and there's some very good programs for that type of thing. We heard about autonomous vehicles. The Uberization of the world may mean we need less asphalt to park county vehicles if there's a fleet of county vehicles that are out and moving and taking county employees to where they may need to go during the day. And then finally, automobile and public transit, but accommodating all of that. This is a typical street section that looks at built environment on one side and open space on the other side, but looking at all those mobility options mixed together. So you're very familiar with the current campus, and I might just say that everything westerly of Richardson, pretty much from our assessment, is built out. There's some opportunities in here. There's some opportunities in this corner we'll talk about. And everything that is roughly east of First Street are opportunities for flex space. And then we've identified over the course of time the desirability of having the corporation yard be fenced and secure and separated. And so then there's the looking at the heart of campus, and all of the plans will show you have a 10-acre campus open space and passive, active and passive open space. And then government services are pretty much, the various plans vary a little, but government services are pretty much in the heart and along Richardson. I'm going to go through three plans fairly quickly. These are three plans that evolved maybe roughly midpoint from various sources of input, including community and staff and our assessments and also our consultant team. And the three plans took a kind of a snapshot or filter of different primary considerations. In option number one, we looked at keeping most of the public roads open and their associated infrastructure, and just to look at what that would be. Is that something that is important to consider and be an important driver? County Center Drive would continue just a short distance to B, and B would continue to go between First Street and Richardson. F Street would continue to go from the roundabout at Willow Creek down to Atwood. In this plan, and the various acreages, they're somewhat the same. They vary a little bit, so I won't concentrate on too much of that for the options. But county services being more in the gray, community in the blue, and then the goldenrod being the flex space, including residential. In option number two, one of the main changes was to take County Center Drive all the way down to F Street and to let Professional Drive come through and continue D Street. Right now, that's not possible, but D Street would continue through. And in talking with Public Works, that it was desirable to keep some leaky routes through campus, north and south and somewhat east and west, and have some local options to Highway 49 and the impacted intersections at Atwood and Bell. In option three, we actually, let me just quickly go back to option two. Option two, we consider, so F Street does not continue through, and that was looking at the corporation yard being a standalone fenced area. In option three, F Street would continue to go through, but D Street would not. And then there's the main difference between option 2 and 3 in terms of county services. We had in option 2, we had the what we'll call the full water replacement. So admin, board of supervisors, and all of the various functions up here. We had it in the heart of campus. In option 3, we're looking at it up on Bell Road as a bookend to the CRDC building. So out of that, and as a result of our last community workshop and the input we received, we have taken what we consider the best of all three plans and incorporated it into the plan we'd like to recommend for your approval. And in this plan, Professional Drive goes through, D Street continues to Richardson, County Center Drive would continue down to D Street, and really it continues to F Street, but only as a, might say, local cul-de-sac. So that'd be a gated access to the courtyard, but also access to the flex space. For county services, we have, there's some, what could be some warehouse space along the western extension of B. This would be the Ag Commissioner and UC Extension Services, HHS, the FAB and CRDC extension for some warehousing and some additional office space. The admin, county admin and board of supervisors, and then an event center that would be thought of, you may or may not be familiar with the Citrus Heights Community Center, but it's really used 24/7 for government services, community services, weddings, corporate functions. And there's also the multi-generational community center project that you're well aware of. So all of that may fit very well in the heart of the campus. So there could be training during the day for government employees. There could be workshops. There could be a number of things that are county related. It could be that this hearing chamber could be located in the event center, much like the North Tahoe Events Center, where we don't have a separate Board of Supervisors chamber in the new building. That could save space and could work, you know, that would have to be evaluated. I'm not suggesting that's the way it would be, but this event center could be really a 24/7 use. It could be rented out nights and weekends and generate funds. So we located it in the heart of the campus so it can serve all of those functions. We also, then the community area would include the a district, a historic district that would keep 4 of the hospital wings and the chapel of the original hospital, Army hospital site, and the potential, and I'd say only the potential, to move the building that is being currently refurbished for a museum over to that side and create a nice historic district that would front the community open space and also be very accessible. And that there could be incubator space, there could be history space, there could be a number of uses for those buildings in that location. The core of this community space is a 10-acre active and passive central zone for active functions, but also a stroll during lunch or picnics or that type of thing. A number of community members let us know they walk through campus on a daily basis. And then if we move to the flex space, we actually reach from First Street down along to pretty much the site as you remember Costco would have used, reaching down into the site, down to the courtyard, to the eastern boundary, and along Willow Creek. And we have an option for various kinds of residential, which are denoted in the goldenrod, and then commercial, which are in the purple, with the darker purple being a hotel use. Our economic studies indicated that there's probably only well into the future a need or demand for maybe 20,000 square feet of office or commercial space, just a little too far off of 49, and without an anchor space, there's not a lot of reason for windshields to come up that way. If there's an anchor space, that would be a different equation. But the other thing they noted was if there's more residential brings its own demand. So that could very much bring that space alive. And maybe the most exciting thing or potential we considered, and we'll look at some renderings in a minute, but the idea of a food hall that could be very much like Aikida's or Newcastle Produce, that would be a 7-day-a-week operation, but could anchor other placer-grown and agriculture-based activities, which could feed the hotel, could feed the event center. It could be a real synergistic opportunity. Of course, it depends on on a developer to bring a proposal forward to the county to make that happen.
Jack, before you move off that slide, or if you could go back to that slide, thank you. We didn't go back. The purple, the non-hotel purple, just to clarify for folks, could be used for commercial on the bottom and living space
Yes.
above. So I just want to make very clear that we're not only looking at the goldenrod color on there potentially to serve some housing needs.
Yeah, maybe even to that point, this could all be goldenrod potentially, and could be vertical or horizontal in its use.
Mm-hmm.
And the purple in particular would have the potential for commercial on the ground floor and residential above. It could be commercial above as well. And this particular complex could very well be have ground floor commercial use. So the ability to be vertical and horizontal with that flex space, and really that's the best way to denote it. But it could go from shades of goldenrod to shades of purple depending on a particular proposal.
And am I the only one who's having a moment of deja vu talking about the purple?
We put it out of our minds.
Yeah.
So with this, we have identified about 21 acres for county services looking 20 years into the future. One of the ways to, if there was a need to densify that, if there's more space required, going vertical with a parking structure could be in order. But again, if the Uberization of the county fleets really becomes something that happens, a lot of the county fleet space could go away and could be another flex zone that could be used. So looking as best we can 20 years into the future, talking with departments, we think about 21 acres would be necessary, would be appropriate. The community space, which includes the event center and the historic district, is about 21 acres, about 15 acres. And the potential for non-county space would be just a little over 28 acres. And in the end, we have a campus that, I mean, there could be a work, live, play for county employees right on this campus. It doesn't mean that it will be, but it can be, and that's maybe the most important consideration. Just looking at that in a little more detail, a little larger, this is Home Depot, of course, and this could be a very thriving flex space, community of its own. Residential drives a lot of good activity 24/7, and very much a good balance to government services. So there's some aspirational images that just looking at, this is the kind of the civic square, as we call it, as you come in from Bell and come south on County Center Drive. This is at that first roundabout, and look at the potential for Health and Human Services or other county buildings in that civic district. And then the central green with the ability to have a residential and or an event center, and then the historic district looking at the chapel and four wings. This is the potential for bringing the single-story museum building that predated the Army Hospital but was used for Army Hospital purposes. And then maybe the most exciting potential, the right proponent to come forward with a project that would really take that food hall, placer-grown concept, copia. Maybe I would say a mini copia, but why not a copia type of use? Food halls are very popular, really around the world. The idea of bringing different locally grown produce and also food vendors in one location, and that can very much be a 24/7 operation. I'll let Paul finish up. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Thanks, Jack. So this morning we're looking for feedback and requesting approval of the plan. And then I think we'll bring back, I think in your board memo, the other options as we talk about the CFFP later in the day.
All right, any questions or comments from any member of the board? I will start with Supervisor Euler.
Well, never one to pass up an opportunity to pull rank. Little did I imagine 24 years ago when I was here and we adopted the 93 plan.
You're just making yourself seem old. Don't do
that.
that.
I'm trying to help Robert feel young.
Not doing a good job.
that we'd be looking at this kind of iteration of a possible use for the DeWitt site. Back then, I don't know that we contemplated as much. Well, certainly we didn't contemplate the impact of the internet on service delivery and all the rest. We anticipated a much greater demand for individual vehicle travel to receive services and all of that, and we weren't entertaining this notion of surplus property that can be put to all kinds of other uses. I mean, we did contemplate some of it, but certainly not to this extent, and the way that we have evolved our thinking with the incorporation of residential with commercial opportunities, creating these pedestrian oriented communities. Very exciting stuff. The question that I have, that I know that you and I talked about in a couple of our meetings, is if in fact we want to go this direction, and we will be presented later today with some existing needs that we have, some facility needs that we have, then it's in our interest to maximize the value of that surplus property. And so I know we had talked about, all right, how do we set about that sooner rather than later, using our land use authority, and then of course the issue of the surplus and what can we do to dispose of the surplus property. Can it actually be sold off? And I'm kind of glancing over at Jerry. Can it actually be sold off, fee simple gone to individuals? Does the county, like we did with Home Depot, do we have an obligation to maintain some kind of ownership and just structure land leases? Because clearly the prior, where you can just sell it, maximize its value first through the land use entitlement process, and then sell it off, generates the most revenue to us earliest on, that can then be put to the construction of facilities on the property that we keep. So where are we in that conversation of figuring out what our disposal options are?
Jerry, do you want to maybe start with that, and I can chime in?
The property is a unique property because it has state legislation that conveyed it to the county, and it wasn't really conveyed to the county strictly for government use. That restriction was taken off quite a while ago. So I think the county has a lot of flexibility with this property in terms of leasing or sale, to the extent it's not necessary for government use.
Great.
Yeah, I'd say just to add to that as far as the notion of affordable housing, that it's obviously a benefit for the county to own that land, so we can structure those agreements and leverage that piece of the puzzle, and that's a critical piece of tax incentives and other things for those types of projects. So for the big part of the campus on the non-county side, that's going to help with getting those projects going from an affordability or workforce perspective.
I agree with that entirely. I would hope that if the board does move forward with this kind of a concept today, that our very next step would be some kind of a determination. Jack already alluded to it in terms of the absorption of specific land use types over time, with this reference to 20 to 30 year absorption of office professional or traditional retail commercial, that far off of 49. But looking at what the marketplace says today would be of maximum value for disposal, if you will, for cash sale, understanding that perhaps one of the board's goals or interests would be precisely what you just identified, and that is holding back part of the residential to enter into an agreement with somebody like a USA Properties or something along those lines to provide that affordable housing component or a workforce housing component, where we are looking at a lease component, something along those lines. So, but really understanding sooner rather than later what are the market drivers right now in the North Auburn area that we can selectively identify, pick off, maximize that value, dispose of that, and then put that capital to work on some of these other needs that we now have. Because one of the questions that I do get is, it was 24 years ago you guys were having these conversations. Aren't you a little frustrated that this hasn't happened yet. And very candidly, no, I'm proud that the county has figured out how to manage through a very explosive growth period, a very dynamic period in the evolution of service delivery, how we've managed to get through it with the facilities we have. And now we have certain facilities that we're just done. They're done. The useful life is over, and we have to move on at this point. And I think we do have a little better understanding of our service delivery needs in the era of automation and the internet. And so it's a good time for us to go ahead and take this step. And let's identify those areas. I look at that southwest corner adjacent to the kind of the pond area, and I think that looks perfect for at market rates, single family residential. Let's zone it, sell it off, and use that for getting kick-started on the HHS building or something along those lines. So I'm hopeful that that's going to be the next step of what comes back to our board, is let's start having these specific conversations about these parcels we've identified for this use. Let's get them to market and get going.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as part of the, as I mentioned earlier, the implementation. How do we roll this out? And
I said Southwest. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was Southwest.
Yeah, that is.
So I think as part of our next steps, identifying what would be the best, how to best roll those things in.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Wygant.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank everybody involved. Tremendous job. Really impressive. Really exciting. So great to be here, be a part of it. And then adding to that, mapping onto Kirk's comments about the master plan. Last time I sat through this was in 1995, and I think the planning that we did has served us well, and we've made huge progress, actually. Having not built office-type structures for 30 years prior to that period of time, so we've made some big progress. So a couple of questions with that. One is the amount of land, the acreage, 20-ish acres that we think should be set aside for government uses, has that changed much from 1993? Do we need to worry much about it potentially changing another 20 years hence?
I would say that probably in the 93 plan there was call for more of the government side of things. That I think as I would have. I'm just speaking more anecdotally than specifically, but I would say there was considerably more space called out for that professional office, if you will, that would be more government use back in the 93 plan. So I think as we've look to service areas and locations and kind of distributing of those service areas and where those facilities are, that this is from a non-county use side, this is very different from what we saw in the 93 plan.
Okay, thanks. And then secondly, I know Jack's firm has an unusual strength, I would actually say, in terms of doing economic analysis as it relates to the design. And I could tell from some of Jack's comments that those thoughts were rolling around his mind as it related to the density of residential that may be in proximity to some of the demand for some of the uses like the food facilities. So I'm kind of thinking, connecting to some of Kirk's comments too, that maybe a next step for us might be more of a thorough economic analysis, knowing that the shorter term would be more of a certain analysis, longer term might be more speculative. But the exciting thing is we have some tremendous opportunities in front of us. Everything from workforce affordable housing to the quality of a really unique and exciting government center and the way that could lift up the area in North Auburn. Not to mention the operational efficiencies that would be created in light of some of the shortcomings we have currently with facilities that are just done. So just a thought, I guess, and I don't know how much of that economic strategic work you did going.
There was actually, we decided to, EPS is our economic consultant who knows this area and the county probably better than most, and we decided to bring them in a more robust way early on to go out and analyze the area and look at all of those land use types and the areas that they felt and that they found made sense for this location. So we'll continue that, and some of the comments that you and Supervisor Euler brought up, we'll go back and talk with them about as it gets more into the detail and the implementation.
Any comments or questions down on this end?
Well, I hate to, express my long-term living adjacent to the government center when it was a hospital, a mental hospital, and having known a lot of the people that worked there, and maybe a few that were residents. So I really appreciate this master plan. I see that the campus is opened up. I like to see that. I'd like to see that there's some potential for some mixed use for commercial or on the bottom floor and some residences on top. Particularly want to make sure that we have a component for some workforce housing. That's something that's very important to me and the community out there. And I like the idea of the smaller, 300 square foot, one person type units that there is a need for in our community. So I'm looking forward to the 1 o'clock meeting to see about where we are with moving forward with some of the buildings on there. But not adverse to selling off some of that property, but I'd have to really take a hard look at that to make sure that the type of housing that was built there was not in the $600,000 range of that nature. More like single family that was affordable to a certain element of our community.
Yeah, we do have the 64 Bell Garden units that we're still, that would be kind of our baseline for on the housing side of things.
Yeah.
So as we look at the site, we're looking at a good mix of different market rate and kind of the full gamut of housing types, and starting again with that baseline, which we need to follow through with, which was the old Bell Gardens units.
So the potential site for an administrative center would not go on that site where the Bell Gardens?
Those units would be incorporated probably in this plan further down into the non-county areas.
All right,
yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, thank you. No, I was just sitting here thinking about the last 6 years, and when I was elected, a lot of these things some of them weren't even on the table, and just over the last 6 years, the amount of projects that have come down and that are in front of us is just incredible. I mean, you look at Regional University, tickled to death. We got Plaza Ranch. We've got ASIA. We're just a few minutes ago talking about a revitalization of the fairgrounds, and then we're talking about this particular project. The way I look at it, from now till 20, 25 years into the future, the county is the place to be. The county is where stuff is happening. So, no, I'm pleased with what you're doing. I think the discussion about economic analysis is probably should be the next step in the process, and on that adverse to selling out property, as long as we get market rate for it, and we're not cutting deals with anybody. So yeah, that's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make some comments and then I'll open it up to the public, because I'm sure I see folks here who are definitely going to weigh in on this. I'm really delighted with how the process has moved forward, Paul, and I want to very personally thank you and all your staff and Jack's staff and Jack's assistants on this. This is such a long way than what we first saw as a potential proposal, for a lot of reasons, mainly I would say due to input from a lot of folks out in the audience today. And so my thanks to all of you as well for believing me when I said this is a process, and what we present at first is not where we're going to end up. I don't think any of this probably believes this is perfect. I think if each of us could design our own government center master plan, it would probably be a little bit different. But I think what we've got to is a very, very workable set of proposals that are going to take some finesse. I don't disagree with Supervisor Euler. I think we do potentially have some areas which could be for fee title sale. I do think that there is a distinct interest that the county has in making sure that we do have jurisdictional authority over workforce housing. We have a huge issue, as I think everyone in this room knows, with affordable housing. And by affordable, I mean school teachers and firefighters. I mean, I'm not talking, people who are working at 7-Eleven, though God bless the people working at 7-Eleven. I think this master plan proposal offers that broad spectrum of housing opportunities, whether it's above retail, whether it's freestanding, traditional, single-family home style in some places, whether it's micro units, which are, designed for maybe kids graduating from college who still want to stay in the area and frankly can't afford the rates in our area, whether it's tiny homes. I think we have so many opportunities here to create a community that people want to live in. And when I say community, I use that word very, very thoughtfully. This is not just a government center. This is the heart of Placer County, and it's the heart of this area. And we need to make sure that that heart is protected and enhanced. We want to be a heart-healthy community. And so I think there's some great opportunities here. I think there is going to be some continued tweaking around this. This is clearly not a finalized project. But one thing that I would very strongly encourage our board to do today is to give some direction about moving forward pretty aggressively as it relates to some of these housing pieces. I think that the EPS study that you mentioned, one of the things they identified is there is not a huge market for additional retail up there because of the distance it is off Highway 49. We have a lot of existing retail up there, which is sitting empty currently. And I think where there are opportunities for retail, I would strongly encourage us to focus on local, non-chain, non-corporate retail that our community has shown they will support, but let's give them another option around supporting that. So I would really encourage this board, whatever direction we end up giving to you today, to really say, let's get started on that residential piece of it. Let's go out, let's put some RFPs out there, let's market this aggressively, let's start having the conversations with the USAs or the DOMUSs. We have a lot of existing relationships that we can be really facilitating to help us help ourselves and help our community. So I'm now going to shut up, and unless you or Jack have any other additional comments, I will open it up to the public. Okay. We will open this up. Am I missing something, David? You were looking worried.
No,
okay.
No, you're doing great. Listening to every word.
Okay, great. Please come forward and identify yourself.
Veronica Blake, I'm CEO at Placer Community Foundation. I just want to let you know that the Community Foundation staff and board joined many other concerned citizens at all of the public meetings regarding this project. We're really encouraged to see that there are about 30 acres available for non-government purposes. And we're also pleased to see that you have an interest in affordable housing to use the land to meet some of those affordable housing needs. As with anything, though, the devil's in the details, and they need to be fleshed out. In our September letter to you, we outlined the desire to see at least 20 acres identified as multifamily residential, and that would enable the development of 400 units that could meet the criteria for tax credit funding. With rising rental costs and low vacancy rates, the need for affordable housing has clearly been identified, and the surplus land at DeWitt is an excellent opportunity to meet that need. As a reminder, in 2007, the Economic Development Board commissioned the North Auburn Market and Commercial Study, and one of the key challenges for economic development in North Auburn was workforce housing. Now it's 10 years later, there's been a substantial amount of retail development occurred, producing many more lower wage jobs, but really no noteworthy workforce housing has been constructed. And since the county's struggled to meet the affordable housing needs in North Auburn, I think that DeWitt may be one of the only viable options. Additionally, there are a number of other factors that make it a good location. I just left a meeting actually with the Building Industry Association, and they tell us that one of the major barriers to developing affordable housing is the land cost. And so with the county not having a cost associated with that could be a huge help. Much of the infrastructure is already in place to build high-density housing, and then it's just an ideal location. It's close to employment centers, healthcare services, schools, transit, shopping, parks, restaurants, and all of those things would help developers score higher on their tax credits. So I really want to encourage you to also look at the Surplus Land Act. As my understanding of it is that it says that when government doesn't need land for its own purposes, priority will be given to affordable housing if it's needed. And lastly, I just want to thank Paul Breckenridge and his team for working with us. They've been very responsive to our concerns for affordable housing and for allowing us to participate. You have a real unique opportunity here to make something happen in workforce housing, and we hope you'll seize it.
Good morning.
Good morning, board members. My name is Will Taylor. I'm with Placer Independent Resource Services. I've been part of I attended all the community meetings and really want to express my appreciation to Paul Breckenridge at Planning, Williamson Patton, for being so attentive to listening to the community and our concerns. I think the inclusion of such a significant residential piece has been, in direct response to our concerns and our advocacy around housing. And I think the board fully recognizes the need for affordable housing, for workforce housing, and are looking for opportunities to work with planners to develop, this kind of housing to serve the needs of working people in Placer County. I do encourage you, when specific proposals come forward, that you make, affordable housing a priority, and I'm sure you will. But I really want to thank you for investing in making this plan, and to thank the architects and the planning department for being so responsive to our concerns. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Will. Anyone else? Please come forward. Don't be shy.
Gary McDonald, Lighthouse Counseling and Family Resource Center Executive Director. I also live in Lincoln. I just want to say that I respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors maximize the number of affordable housing units in this development because of the opportunity and for every reason that's been stated thus far, but also more affordable housing means more units, higher density, more foot traffic. It makes the general area safer at night, and it also increases the economic impact of the area, and it overall will make Placer County a better place to live and safer place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Good morning. I'm Herb Whitaker. I'm the managing attorney of the local legal services office, Legal Services of Northern California. I'm also a resident of the unincorporated county area. And I had about a 10-minute speech prepared for you. But because of the previous speakers, I don't have to say any of that. I would just like to endorse what the previous speakers have said. Very quickly, just a couple of comments. I'm very excited about this plan. So I think that it portends very well for Placer County's future. I'm also very excited about the comments made by the Board of Supervisors. So I appreciate your analysis on these things. Just a couple of real quick points. One of the speakers, Paul Breckenridge, mentioned that sort of as a baseline, one of the goals is to replace the 64 units of Bell Garden housing that were lost. I'll date myself as well because I worked on the first Bell Garden phase out, and then I also worked on the second Bell Garden phase out. So I think that 64 represents one of those phase outs, but when you put the two phase outs together and the total amount of housing that we had at Bell Garden at one time, it was in excess of 90 units. So I think it's about 96 units, and I would ask the board to double check on those figures with planning, just to get those facts correct. Secondly, I really like the idea of moving quickly with some projects, especially housing projects and affordable housing projects. I was also at the meeting with the Building Industry Association earlier today, where they mentioned that the three big obstacles for housing are the lack of land or affordable land, labor cost, and CEQA. And if we have affordable housing here for workforce, that will help attract workers who can work in this area. If we have a CEQA review for the entire project, hopefully that will also expedite some of the environmental review for the specific projects. So I really like the idea of moving very quickly on this. Finally, I would also ask the board to think in terms of not just this specific property and the surplus land that will be available from this property, but a county plan in general for affordable housing. because it will take the entire county's efforts looking at other areas as well and how this fits into it, and establishing county-wide goals for affordable and workforce housing to make a county plan. But in general, I'd just like to thank the board and thank the staff that's been working on this excellent plan.
And Herb, just as a quick note, I believe we will be hearing in early April at our first board meeting in April that exact proposal, the county-wide look at affordable and workforce housing and how we not only plan to plan for it, but actually plan and get to our goals around that. So, right. Point well taken. Thank
Excellent.
You very
Thank
much.
You.
Hi, my name's Charlene Daniels, and I'm resident of North Auburn. I just want to say with the recent changes, I think there's some very positive changes to what's happening in the planning for the DeWitt Placer County Government Center. One thing that's I have brought up a couple times is the need to look at the studies. It's hard to comment on this plan. I know there's been a commercial study and study on the existing structures. It would be real helpful to, when those become available, I think we can actually have more constructive comments on the plan once we see the details that the county has already worked on. And also, I don't know one's plan, but I don't know if a phasing plan is proposed for this center. It'd be really nice to see how it would proceed. Obviously, we're looking at an event center. It would, for the synergy to get some of the economics to work, if you can reutilize, at least on a temporary basis, some of the existing buildings, you can start building up the momentum for some of these future uses at the center by incorporating some of the existing buildings. But again, I see a lot of positive changes and a lot of community support for how the county is proceeding with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene.
Board, Barbara Bassano with Kids First, 11906 Heritage Oaks in Auburn. And just real briefly, just support Paul Breckenridge and the team, and also for taking a look at supporting affordable housing for the workforce. It sounds like you're already going to do that. But just one other thing, and the employees at Kids First, many of them not only have difficulty with affordable housing, but live out of county, so impact our transportation and our roads. So thank you for considering that in the look, and good job. Thanks.
Thank you, Barbara. Any other questions or comments on this? Going once? All right. We went twice and three times. Let's bring it back to the board. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, just a quick question, clarification, because I don't think we've addressed it. If memory serves, most of the existing buildings that we have out there, the Fab Building, Cedra, the Sheriff's Building, are two-story. Are we
Correct.
looking at three-story for the new buildings in order to minimize building footprints?
Yeah, potentially. Currently, the HHS building program is a three-story format.
But what I'm seeing in terms of the outlines of the footprints of these up there on this particular plan, are those anticipating three-story as well?
They're a mix of 2 and 3. The event center would most likely just be 1 based on its program.
Okay.
But yeah, the density, we're looking at on the non-county side, those could go as high as 4-story. Maybe I don't think any higher than that based on the overflight and some of the other things. But in every case, we're looking to see what makes sense from a density perspective.
And minimizing that footprint, maximizing the available land for other purposes.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much.
Supervisor Wygant.
One thing I'll do is just reiterate the market rate thing that's come up 20-ish years ago. We had this discussion. I want to reinforce my support of that notion too. There were 2 things that were intensely discussed back then. One was that the market rates prevented us from undercutting the competition, which the market didn't like. And then the other one was that it maximizes the return to the taxpayer. So if we adhere to that, we'll, I think, be in good shape for policy purposes. And then I guess in terms of direction, I'm enthusiastically supportive of the recommendation for the plan that you've brought forward. As I talked to earlier, I'd like us to move forward more of this overall economic-based strategy, I guess. If all of this were rows on an Excel spreadsheet, I think, what mix of things can we put in place, including a lot of the comments that were made here by my colleagues and in the audience about how we could make things happen more quickly to get that broader vision and the goals of the broader vision. And with that, I'll just lastly say that I've always been a proponent of the notion of mixed use. Kind of means different things to different people, so I want to be realistic about that, and it's not my expertise. The most I've actually studied some on-the-ground stuff there, interestingly, is connected to Lincoln's general plan when I was working with them closely as a partner in the PCCP. And they looked closely at Hercules, the city of Hercules in the Bay Area, but of course their broader densities are dramatically different than what we have up here. And I don't have an economic sense of what's realistic up here. Lincoln hung its hat a lot on that, and I think if they adhere to it over time, it'll be a great attribute to them and to South Placer. So I guess I'm looking for more education as we move forward and some opinions about what we can be achieving up here within the broader context to follow the policy goals that have been discussed.
Yeah, I think moving ahead that we're going to be working closely both with our planning department and how we put together those the ability to make those types of things happen within those land uses and what we give as part of the guidelines and the direction in the master plan for what could be a developer or somebody else coming into the mix. And we'll definitely look at I'm very familiar with Hercules and kind of how they approach things there. We'll definitely be circling back around with EPS and making sure that they're a major factor driver on how we approach those individual areas that would be on the non-county side. Okay.
Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, real quick, I agree with Robert, and as I said before, the economic piece is important, but I would also encourage you to start identifying areas and get those teed up for workforce housing. Okay. So I think that's real important that we start getting that ready for tax credits or, get it vetted up so we can move on that as expeditiously as possible.
Okay.
Supervisor Holmes, no comments? Okay, so I will finish up since you're just looking for direction here. Again, I think what is here in front of us is an incredible opportunity. I would echo Supervisor Duran's words. I think we should really be focusing with alacrity on getting this housing out for RFP, RFQ, whatever that process is going to be. That will require, as I understand it, us to move forward with a CEQA document. So I want to make sure that we do continue to move forward with the CEQA process in this and not just go, what a great plan, let's put it on a shelf. Let's actually make sure that all the work that everybody has put into this has a specific set of goals. But coincident with that comment, I want to really reiterate to the community, this is a 20-year plan. This is not a 5-year plan. 5 years from now, we should not expect to see all of this come to fruition. We should expect to see some of it come to fruition, and I think the mixed use and the residential is something that I think we all agree that is really critically important. One thing that was glossed over a little bit, but I do want to highlight is building, I believe it's B, it's a little hard to tell from here, is the potential relocation of the CEO's office and the Board of Supervisors office up to North Auburn. I know that there is some angst within the city of Auburn about the county relocating, but I will say that if that does happen, that creates some incredible potential economic opportunities for the city of Auburn on this particular property. So I would encourage us to continue closely those conversations with the city of Auburn as we move through this, because there will be impacts both good and bad to the city if we do relocate, and my personal feeling is they are largely good, some minimally bad. But those are my comments. Any other final comments from the board on this? Okay, do you have your marching orders on this? Or at least the direction you need?
Yes.
Maybe not marching orders, but direction? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move to agenda item 6. This is a Sheriff's Department item, post-retirement employment, Sheriff's Office. We're being asked to adopt a resolution in support of Donald Hendrickson, MD, and his post-retirement employment. Welcome.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Bosch, Mr. Carden, Mark Jackman of the Placer County Sheriff's Office. I'm here today asking you to adopt a resolution to bring back Dr. Donald Henriksen, our recently retired pathologist, prior to the 180 days minimum wait time for CalPERS. CalPERS requires that we do a board resolution, and it's a department item. Doc Henriksen retired back on March 4th. He currently has about 20 existing cases. He'll only be used in the capacity to finish those cases. When those cases are done, he'll no longer come back to workforce, and he won't take on any new cases while he's in extra help status. So I need a resolution to get that done, and if you have any questions, I'm prepared to answer them.
I see no questions of the board. Any questions of any member of the public? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? I think we have it. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for your patience. We are now going to move to agenda item number 8. This is the county executive item, the 2016-17 mid-year fiscal update, and also a sort of crystal ball gazing report on 2017-2018 budget development and schedule. Gretchen Nedved.
That is correct. Good morning, Madam Chair,
morning.
and members of the board. I'm Gretchen Nedved, Principal Management Analyst with the County Executive Office. I'm going to present to you today an update and report on what we do pretty much every year. We come to the board and deliver a presentation on how we are trending with revenues and expenditures countywide. We focus in on the general fund and public safety fund as our largest funds, and that is to inform the upcoming budget cycle. And that's going to be touching on fiscal year 16-17, and then what it looks like going into fiscal year 17-18. First and foremost, wanted to remind everyone what our fiscal year 16-17 final budget looked like back in September when your board adopted the final budget. The total operating budget was about $815 million. The two largest funds, as I mentioned, are the general fund and public safety fund. At that time, we also had around 2,600 in total funded positions. We have currently today 2,400 approximate filled position. So we're running a vacancy rate anywhere between 5 and 10%, depending on the fund that those folks are in. Also, at that time of final budget, we had about $14 million in one-time expenditures included in our general fund and public safety areas. You may recall some of those items were $2 million for a 3-year plan to repay some sewer loans for Applegate and Sheridan. There was also some reserve cancellations for the grant match associated with SB 844 and for the acute mental health housing unit in South Placer, and a couple of other items as well. Before I move too far ahead, I did want to share something very exciting. Just learned this morning that Placer County has again received the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Award for 2016. So that's pretty exciting news there, 4th year in a row. The budget development process maintains its integrity each year through board-adopted guidelines, highlighted in summary format here to remind ourselves that our fiscal sustainability guidelines are presented as the overarching framework considered throughout the budget development process. These guidelines support the board-approved budget and financial policy and have contributed to ensuring Placer County remains fiscally responsible. Our 5-year budget model is created based on these guidelines and updated every year as well. Current year projections for fiscal year 16-17. This, of course, sets the foundation for our 5-year model looking forward and is updated each year. So I wanted to touch briefly on each of our major funds and give you an idea on how we're trending. First, the general fund. It's trending well within our expectations for budget. Revenues are a little bit higher, which is good. Expenditures are a little bit lower, which is also good because that helps at the end of the year deliver a carryover fund balance that we need to cover next year's costs. A couple of the assumptions that are built into what we're seeing now for general fund trending is property tax. We're seeing about a 4% year-over-year increase. Sales tax, about a 3% year-over-year increase. And then our expenditures are trending about $12 million under budget for the general fund. Our general and economic contingency reserves remain true where we left off at final budget at about $23 million, which is about 5% of our total operating budget, consistent with our financial policy. Public safety fund, again, is trending well as expected with budget. Public safety sales tax is one of the major primary revenues for the fund, and that's trending close to budget right now. We are expecting a true-up from the Department of Finance over the next couple of years, and we're watching that to make sure that we plan ahead for any types of fluctuations in that revenue. The other major revenue, of course, is the contribution from the general fund, currently at about $99 million. The road fund. Obviously, we've had some recent storm damage come up that we weren't anticipating in the budget. Last I knew, we were approaching about $9 million, Placer County jurisdiction-wide, of storm damage-related costs. We are actively gathering all of the information necessary to submit a claim for reimbursement for our state and federal disaster programs. However, that may take some time. It's uncertain exactly what we're going to get from those claims. And then also happening in the road fund, which isn't the first year, but it continues, state gas tax revenues have not yet recovered. And it's creating an impact for the road fund this year where they're going to likely need to use reserves and also potentially look at other funds for loans just to balance the books this year. Capital fund. In the current budget, there's about 200 small to large projects at a total of $70 million. And the general fund, if you'll recall, we give an annual contribution of about $4.5 million every year, and that goes to small to large capital projects that need to occur during that fiscal year. Building maintenance, we used to refer to as deferred building maintenance, so we're still playing catch up for our existing buildings. And then somewhat recently, a contribution for parks and trails maintenance, deferred maintenance as well. Of note, in the capital fund, we're estimating about $6 million in looming requests related to county departments wanting renovations or major maintenance repairs just on existing spaces. Those dollars amounts have not been submitted as a budget request, but just so you know, we're estimating about $6 million in the near term for things that are heading our way. The library fund, trending with budget with continued monitoring of projected carryover fund balance, as well as analysis of the library strategic plan moving forward. Staff are actively reviewing the development of fiscal year 17-18's proposed budget with more information for your board to follow as needed over the next several months. So jumping into a couple of key numbers for current year projections. I mentioned a little bit about our carryover fund balance that we're tracking and projecting for the end of this current fiscal year. Carryover fund balance is an important budget development projection, and we have used about the first 6 months of the current fiscal year to project where our carryover fund balance is going to land. Carryover fund balance is derived from savings in the current fiscal year for revenues exceeding expenditures. Carryover fund balance is considered the largest one-time revenue source that is carried over into the upcoming budget year to cover next year's costs. General fund, we are predicting about $30 million in carryover fund balance at the end of this fiscal year, and public safety fund about $6.6 million. That's about 5.7% of their total combined budgets. Departments submitted their budget requests just a couple of weeks ago heading into the development for fiscal year 17-18's budget process. We have taken an initial look at their submissions, and based on the information we received to conduct the same level of services that we're conducting today, tomorrow, next fiscal year, we're looking at a need of about, ironically, $36 million to cover existing costs. So that's good news. The one consistent, we saw this last year as well, the distribution of carryover fund balance is looking to slightly increase over to public safety fund, requiring more of that returned carryover fund balance, simply because of cost drivers going on in that fund. And that's to be expected. We typically look at the general fund and public safety fund as a whole and balance the equation at the end of each year to make sure that current service levels and the funding sources are balanced. Honing in on a few of the assumptions of our 5-year model. As I mentioned earlier, revenues current year, our two major ones, property tax and sales tax, are about 4% and 3% respectively. What we're hearing from our HDL sales tax consultant is that our sales tax revenue is likely going to start tapering off a little bit. So we are using 2% every year in our 5-year model to project that revenue stream. Property tax increase of 3% includes the normal 2% for inflation plus another 1% for supplemental taxes and new purchases. Public safety sales tax, we are assuming a 2.5% increase, and that again is based on HDL consultant assumptions. Expenditures that are consistent across the 5-year model include a flat general fund contribution to public safety of $99 million. Again, that'll fluctuate depending on the need. And it also assumes a salary savings for vacant funded positions throughout the years of about $12 million each year. Non-salary savings, which are any costs associated with contracts that weren't expended, or special items, that equipment that wasn't purchased or things of that nature, at about $21 million in operational savings. CalPERS discount rate impact, that's going to hit us in fiscal year 18-19, and that starts at $3 million a year. I'll speak more about that in a moment. And a Measure F, we've also factored that in. First year costs for 17-18 of about $1 million year over year to reflect the 4% on average. So more details on CalPERS. This chart, I don't know if there's any drama in the boardroom, this chart might do it, but this is a good picture of what is anticipated for CalPERS discount rate impacts effective in 18-19, specific to general fund and public safety fund. And part of this chart reflects actuals, and it's the health insurance and pension expense. The pension expense is your CalPERS, and that's in the green. And we have many years of actuals that are showing a pretty consistent trend rate, but then what happens in the shaded area is two things. We jump from actuals to budget, which is an automatic increase anyway, because we budget more than we think we're going to spend. And then it also factors in another year out the impact of the CalPERS discount rate. So in this chart, you can see, if you're diving into the numbers, that annual county PERS costs are anticipated to jump from $43 million in the current year to about $77 million at the end of 4 years. And that's where the chart leaves off. So for PERS, you may recall from earlier discussions over the months that we have an unfunded liability with PERS. We also have an unfunded liability with OPEB. For PERS, right now we're about 67% funded. For OPEB, we're 80% funded, and that's because of our due diligence with OPEB over the years to contribute additional funds to pay down that liability. So the good news with this is that your board can anticipate the County Finance Committee and County Executive staff to be delivering a recommendation on how to mitigate the impacts of what we're seeing here I think they're looking at towards the end of April to come back with a potential plan for that, what might be a startling chart at this moment. So getting our arms around it. Okay, one of my favorite charts, and if you have a keen eye for numbers, which I think some of you do, you might notice that the dollar amounts rounded in the millions there are numbers that we haven't spoken to at this meeting yet. For example, where we were talking about an $800 million budget, that's not on there on this chart, but yet we're referring to total operating revenues and total operating expenditures. This chart first debuted during the recession back in fiscal year 07-08, and this was created to reflect the pure funding gap. It has pure revenues and it has pure expenditures, which is why the amount is less than your $800 million. So what that means is we've removed the duplication of good government accounting where we count contributions to other funds as part of our total operating budget. We've trued up those things, we've taken them away to get the crisp, clear identification of potential gaps between revenues and expenditures. So we have actuals through the chart through fiscal year 15-16, and you can see a period of time where expenditures outpaced revenues, and that was your recession period, and then recovery happened and revenues started to outpace expenditures. And there's a huge spike. There's a huge spike in fiscal year 16-17, and that's for good reason. We have done a lot of things this year with our reserves, including final budget and mid-year adjustments that have happened during this year. We've spent $27 million of our reserves, and that's the reason for the spike. Just to summarize what those reserves have been used for, at final budget, we had about $6 million for public safety needs related to the match grant for the acute mental housing, related to public safety software systems, such as your corrections management and records management systems, and that total together was about $6 million. We also needed about $6 million at the end of the year to balance the road funds budget. And then mid-year, we did some pretty exciting things as well. We spent $9 million in reserves to help purchase the 1000 Sunset office building in Rockland. And then another $5 million recently to help fund the 5-year plan for the HR and financial system replacement project, or ERP, depending on the terminology. All right, so that's the reason for the spike. And then what we've done in the budget office is take a look at this trend line and try to project out based on the 5-year model that we have and the foundation of assumptions that we've used for that, which is predominantly general fund and public safety. So we've applied the year-over-year percentage that we're seeing in our 5-year model to this trend line. It's not a perfect science, but it's quite fascinating how you can see that absent any corrective action for how we're moving forward with expenditures of the ongoing nature, that gap between revenues and expenditures could increase. Of course, we're not going to let that happen for 17-18, and that's why we're bringing it back as far as the trend line to make sure that we deliver a balanced budget heading into June. So the approach to balancing the budget, these are some key areas that we're using as we move into fiscal year 17-18 budget development. Already touched on modest discretionary revenues recovering between 2% and 3%. Salary and benefit costs we know currently are about 45% of our total operating budget, so any fluctuations to those will drive our costs. Unknown federal and state impacts, as we know, there's potential nationwide investment in business and infrastructure. However, returns to local agencies and sustainability is uncertain, so we're just kind of in wait mode watching. Service delivery models, as you know, we're consistently looking at the best ways to provide services to our constituents as well as the costs of our services. Costing methodologies, making sure that the charges throughout the county that we have are reflected at the program level to truly depict what our service costs are, as well as any of our internal service fund charges that we're charging ourselves for. Our methodologies are true and correct for those. Reduction in fund balance carryover, as I mentioned, that's our biggest one-time revenue source that carries over every year, and we're looking to reduce that and true up expenditures with revenues, which would minimize the need to have that year-over-year carryover fund balance to balance our next year's budget. So that's an ongoing analysis that we do. And then, of course, priority-based budgeting. All of our county departments are now budgeting by program. And we also, as you know, have a new software system that's enabling us to identify more expeditiously these program budgets and the costs and revenues associated with them. As we further that, we're also going to entertain the idea of how we can fold in a little public engagement into the process now that we're further defining our programs. Okay, this is our big summary wrap-up slide. So the end is near, don't fear. All right, so in the initial department submitted budgets, above and beyond just status quo operations, we're seeing about $14 million in supplemental requests, which are brand new requests that departments are requesting. In our ongoing analysis of developing the budget, we're going to look at what supplemental requests are one-time in nature and may come with a funding source, as well as we have reserves that may help offer some solutions for those requests. Ongoing costs, certainly something that we're going to take a greater analysis this year, likely without looking closer at what these requests are at this point, holding off on a lot of those supplemental requests that do have ongoing cost drivers until our books close at the end of July and into August, so we know exactly how much carryover fund balance we have. So you may see some less of an emphasis at proposed budget to entertain supplemental requests, but maybe more at final budget. And then lastly, we have, as we usually do, a list of emerging issues that we should keep in mind as we're moving forward. I've touched on a lot of them already. Looks like the couple that I haven't yet are, one is specific to HHS, IHSS MOE elimination. That is a fiscal year 17-18 state budget impact that certainly our HHS department is analyzing. I believe we may hear a little bit more on what the county impact might be later this week. I believe there's a state assembly budget subcommittee meeting to address the matter, I think tomorrow. And then California Forensic Medical Group, CFMG, that's the contract we have with our for jail medical services. Looking at that contract could be a cost driver as well coming up. County Fire Services, obviously an important matter that our subject matter experts throughout the county are looking into now, and we'll get our handle around that and best deliver any periodic updates to your board as needed for that. Then down the road, just throwing the juvenile detention facility programs on the list, potential wing that could be opened down the road in the future, but didn't want to lose sight of that if programs might be best served in-house versus placement out of local areas or in other states. CEDRA, looking at fee studies and also entertaining the idea of updating the county's general plan, and then of course any PPEO contract negotiations that could cause salaries or benefits to fluctuate. So that is the kind of look of what's ahead. CEO staff will be updating the board periodically as needed. Otherwise, we'll return to the board with the proposed budget on June 13th. But before I toss it over to questions and feedback, I wanted to thank the staff at CEO for their hard work stepping into this next budget year, especially the budget team. Just a really quick kudos to Daniel Vick, Denise Medlin, Chad Fenstermacher, and Adam Wade. They're doing an awesome job. Questions, feedback?
Any questions from any member of the board? Wow, I see just no, oh wait, there's a light, thank goodness. Supervisor Euler.
Clearly the slide outlining our actual operating revenues and operating expenditures is serious cause for concern. And as we're anticipating our revenues, I'm concerned about what an era of increasing interest rates, which we're now stepping into. We see, I think, a well above average surplus of higher end homes now on the market sitting for longer periods of time. So really, our property taxes, which is our primary revenue driver, causes me real concern right now. And this revenue line is anticipating a 3% growth in those property taxes. And so the combination of there not being really any kind of existing inventory of projects ready to go to market, where new lots are created and new assessed valuations then assigned to those lots, which is one of the primary drivers of property tax escalation. There's not that. And we are seeing what I think is a real softening in that higher end market. I'm worried about that 3% number and us hitting that 3% number. I think we've got to pay real close attention to this ongoing operating deficit that we're starting to see build. And you're showing a year over year. We're not looking at a cumulative over a 5-year period to say, okay, what does that actually add up to and how are we going to bridge that gap? One of the things I know that we've raised before, and I don't know if we've taken a run back at yet, is the whole notion of local jurisdictions and how we are handcuffed to the PERS system essentially in perpetuity. Once enrolled, you basically can't get out. And if we are looking at perhaps at this point reaching out more broadly to other jurisdictions who might be represented by people who are actually in control of the legislature as opposed to our representation, and because local jurisdictions around the state are more and more realizing, especially with this discount in their earnings rate, what this is doing to their disposable general fund dollars, and that increase in how that then translates into obviously a reduction in funding in other general fund areas, particularly law enforcement, roads, those kinds of things. So I think it might be time for us to go back and revisit that conversation and any other areas that are cost drivers that we don't have control over, because they are our biggest cost drivers at this point. Knowing that, for instance, we have full implementation of a $15 an hour minimum wage in California by 2020. What do we anticipate that's going to do across the market when bargaining units and all the rest come back and say, well, now that the minimum wage has gone up this much, we had a separation for this tier of employees. We had a separation of 100% from a minimum wage employee to an entry-level employee here, but we haven't seen that increase in an entry-level employee here to be commensurate with the increase in the minimum wage. Now we need to negotiate for a substantial increase in a starting wage for this in order to keep that differential. Do we anticipate that in any of these numbers? Because I guarantee you that's coming. I guarantee you that will be an opening salvo of labor negotiations, is that differential between the burger flipper and our starting, talented people over here in this position. And if that's not anticipated in this, with salaries being our number one cost driver, what does that do if we start hearing those kinds of conversations pop up? So unfortunately, I see the year-over-year operating deficits that are identified here, and I unfortunately think that these are kind of our best case scenario right now. I'm anticipating, and now we have additional bills being introduced in the legislature right now that I know the business community is looking at, saying, how much can we actually absorb?
Yep.
So on that happy note, I'll just...
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? I do have a couple of questions, or not so much questions, but as comments. Great presentation, by the way, very succinct, but pretty darn comprehensive as well. Well done. Our board recently took an action to privatize the kitchen and realize some savings around that. Have those savings been calculated into this budget?
To my knowledge, they have not.
They have not?
No.
Okay. I would suggest we use those to fund our libraries, just, you know. Have we had a chance, and it's only been since, I believe, last Thursday, but have we had a chance to analyze even generally the potentially significant impacts, especially to Health and Human Services, around the so-called federal skinny budget?
No, that's ongoing analysis. Once we get more information on what that really looks like, once it hits locals, absolutely, but not at this time.
Okay. I share Kirk's concerns both about the softening high-end market and how that is going to impact property tax revenue, but I will tell you that I am also starting to hear from rural property owners who have significant holdings that they're looking at walking away from their properties for a couple of reasons. One is around restrictions on cannabis cultivation. Number of people who over the 10 years bought some significant properties and, you know, apparently legally until recently were growing. And they've said, you know, I can't afford to keep my property without a revenue source. The other concern that I have on the more rural properties is around fire insurance. Really starting to hear folks express severe concern around if they will even be able to maintain their homes. And that also relates to Kirk's concerns about the minimum wage impacts. Our fire districts are going to be significantly impacted by this. We have fire districts who are paying their employees $11.50 an hour, and that's all they can afford. So I don't know how they're going to get to $15 an hour over time, which will just compound the issues around residents being able to live in those areas, because if there's no fire department and no fire service and no emergency service, no one's going to insure you. Why would you keep your house if you know that if it burns down, you will get nothing out of it? So very, very concerned about that. And I'm also, again, to echo Supervisor Euler's comments, I'm also very concerned about rising interest rates. We have had 3 increases in the interest rates over the past 18 months. And I'm a little bit frustrated about it because I did raise the issue with our board 2 years ago now, just over 2 years ago now, that we should have a conversation about our appetite for financing. And, you know, 2 years ago, interest rates were historical lows. We're coming off those now, which changes that equation about the benefits of financing versus the negatives. And so just like Robert does sometimes, I'm just doing a little psychotherapy here and, you know, trying to get the good air in and the bad air out. It does work well, thank you. You're my mentor and my role model. So those are my comments. Any other comments from any member of the board? Any members of the audience have any comments or input on this? All right, seeing none, I think that is our last morning item. We are going to go into closed session with our county council, and then we will be back at 1 o'clock for a timed item, which is a closer look at our capital improvements proposals. This will be a planning workshop at 1 o'clock. In the meantime, Jerry, take us away.
The board is now adjourning to closed session for a conference with legal counsel to discuss the 4 litigation items that are listed on page 3 of the agenda.
We are back in session after a break for closed session and lunch.
The board has returned from closed session. We had a conference with legal counsel to discuss 4 pieces of litigation that were listed on the agenda. In Feder versus County of Placer, the board heard a report on the successful completion of that litigation. In Malat versus Placer County, the board heard a report and gave direction to counsel. And the board also heard reports on 2 new litigation cases, Parkford Owners for a Better Community versus County of Placer, and Ron Rivera versus Placer County Board of Supervisors. And no action was taken in those cases.
Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to our 1 o'clock timed item. This is a county executive office item. 4 different items relating to capital improvements in our planning workshop. Dave DeFonte, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My first time in front of you, so very excited to be here.
Don't be scared.
Done it once or twice before, just not here, so very excited. So good afternoon, Dave DeFonte, County Executive's Office, here to present a workshop on capital facilities planning. So you'll notice there's 4 actions in front of you. Really, it boils down to 2 major questions as I see it. One is sort of where do we move from here relative to capital planning, and I think the theme you're going to hear from me is really getting back to where this county was pre-recession. This county has a pretty long history of capital planning and financing. So getting back to where we were with the comprehensive process and plan. And then the second question in front of you is relative to a number of major capital facilities projects that have been discussed for, in most cases, years now. And you're interested in moving forward with one or more of those today. So the outline is this. I'm going to give an overview really focused on our recommendation around preparing a capital improvement plan. The second part of the workshop is I'll introduce it. But then department heads or department staff will be presenting relative to each of their individual proposed projects. From HHS, Jeff Brown will be here, Coroner Facility, Captain Daryl Steinhauer, Crime Lab, the elected district attorney Scott Owens is here. For the elections warehouse, it'll be Ryan Ronco, your elected clerk recorder, and finally jail facilities, Mark Giacomini with the sheriff's office. Also in the audience, I believe, are a number of other folks certainly over here that have helped along the way. Gretchen Nedvin has been pretty key in all things capital since well before I started here, so I wanted to thank her for all of her help. Becky Riggin has been wonderful, DPWF staff. It's been really kind of a group effort to date. Janine Windeshausen has been tremendous as well, helping us sort of learn the history and also deal with the financial aspect, and she'll be here as well should there be any detailed debt financing questions. So a little bit of background. Frankly, I feel a little bit silly talking about background relative to Placer County, having been here about 6 months and looking at people that have served for decades, but I'll highlight a couple of things here. The way I see it in the past few months of learning about the county, there's been a very long, very comprehensive history of not only planning capital facilities in a comprehensive fashion, but lining up the financing for those facilities and building them. That might sound elementary. I can tell you firsthand it doesn't happen everywhere. So kudos to you for having that process in place, starting, I think, in earnest in 1993 with the Comprehensive Facilities Master Plan, followed closely thereafter by adoption of a capital facilities impact fee that, along with funds that you and your predecessors have put aside for capital, has got a lot of stuff built in the intervening years. Everything from the FAB building and a number of facilities at DeWitt, to the recent purchase of the 1000 Sunset building. So from my perspective as a recent outsider, now insider, it's a pretty impressive history as to getting things built in this county. So as with many things around the U.S., the recession had an impact. This county weathered the storm very, very well as compared to a number of others, but it did have impacts. One of the impacts, it seems, is relative to capital planning. Obviously, when you're in the midst of a great recession, looking to build new buildings isn't necessarily your priority. It's more funding core services and making sure you're taking care of your constituents. So as of about 2011, things seem to taper off a little bit. In 2011 was the last time the county adopted its capital facilities financing plan, but conversations still continued. The need for new facilities or upgraded facilities still remained, so a lot of those processes still were ongoing. The staff in July held a workshop with your board to sort of kick back off a comprehensive process around capital. At that time, you heard a presentation on 27 capital projects totaling about $1 billion in need. Your board provided quite a bit of feedback relative to the questions in front of you. There was some questions about the prioritization method that was presented at the time. There was questions about how and when things would actually get funded and built. There was a nod to needing to do more community outreach relative to capital planning. And there was a very clear consensus on the board that you wanted department heads involved not only in the planning process sort of behind the scenes, but in front of you as well, and that's what you have today. So since that July timeframe, I started in late September, so in earnest we started around November with a lot of the tasks you see in front of you here. We've met with department heads and staff a number of times relative to the projects that you have in front of you today. We've met with the Finance Committee a couple of times, Ms. Windeshausen, Andy Sisk, Jerry Carden, et cetera. We've spent a lot of time, and I personally have spent a lot of time sort of reviewing the county's history, trying to, again, learn the last 20, 30, 40 years of the county's process and how we got to where we are today. We did discuss some methods for community involvement in capital planning. I think a great example is what DPWF has done on the DeWitt Master Plan. I think they've done a very good job engaging the community on that. Did a lot of reviewing of available cash on hand, financing options, prioritization options, et cetera, and we also reviewed best practices. And a lot of best practices, including GFOA, really point to preparing a comprehensive capital improvement plan where you're identifying needs based on a strategic plan generally. You're detailing project scope and cost to the extent you can. And you're building in not just capital costs, but also ongoing costs into that process. And you're covering at least a period of 3 years, if not 5 or more. So that's really where our recommendation is landing today. We're recommending preparing a capital improvement plan that would combine what we've done over the past few years, trying to kick back or kickstart again a comprehensive process through what you may recall as the multi-year capital plan, which I believe was last updated in 2015. And then the capital facilities financing plan, which was last updated in 2011. So this capital improvement plan would fold those two things together into one single comprehensive document that would make it very clear what we expect to plan for, fund, and build in the next 5 years. So a draft outline for your consideration, and this would be modified through the process going forward, would be a very detailed 5-year plan for funding and building capital projects, a 5+ year plan, so maybe 5 to 10 or 5 to 20 year plan that's a little bit less detailed in nature because you're really sort of crystal balling at that point, but setting up those future projects, making sure that you're looking out what our needs are going to be beyond those 5 years and potential funding sources, and then have a way for those future projects to be folded into that more detailed 5-year plan when the funding and need dictates so. We would also address capital maintenance to an extent. I know there was discussion in July about whether or not maintenance belongs in a CIP. We think it does belong in some way, shape, or form. Taking care of the facilities we're building it is an important aspect of capital planning. It may not be large discrete projects, more line item, but that's something we would want to talk with the board about. And then having an appendix that addresses capital planning processes. I know that was another conversation in July where some of the sort of quote-unquote projects discussed were really planning processes that at the end may result in capital projects. But really the thing right now being done is the process itself. And one of those examples is the Parks and Trails Master Plan. That maybe in and of itself, that master plan isn't a capital project per se, but at the end, capital projects may come of it. But at least have a place to capture those planning processes to make sure we're not losing sight of them, and if and when they are completed, considering capital projects that roll out of those and fold them into the 5 or 5+ year CIP. Another recommendation from GFOA is just sort of steps to get to a capital improvement plan. This would obviously need to be massaged per Placer County's needs. But it's a pretty clear 4-step process. First, obviously, it's identifying your needs. Second is determining the financial impacts of those potential projects, not only the project scope and timing, but estimating all components, so what land needs to be acquired, construction, post-construction, et cetera, and then life cycle costs, so replacement costs for the facility itself, as well as ongoing costs relative to the programs within that building. Third is prioritizing capital requests. There was a lot of discussion in July around an appropriate way to prioritize. GFOA suggests this prioritization scheme. Again, that's something we would want to detail out further for what's appropriate for our county. But they speak to health and safety first, so something that's needed for health and safety reasons should be at the top of the list. The second is preserving what assets you currently have. And then the third is expanding those assets or services. And then fourth, it's sort of folding it all together. So this is where I see what the county has done with the multi-year capital plan and the financing plan in the past, really combining those two together so they speak the same language, and lays out just one single comprehensive plan for getting stuff done. Part of this recommendation as well is to focus on county facilities first. There's a tendency to want to, at least in my mind, look at everything all at once. And I think that's what staff rightfully tried to do in July, but it's such a huge nut to crack to look at every possible thing that could be capital in nature and try to plan around that. We're suggesting focusing on facilities first for a couple of reasons. One, we think that we have documents in place right now that are probably towards the end of their useful life and should be relooked at. The Capital Facilities Master Plan is one of those documents. Obviously, we're refreshing at least part of that through the Government Center Master Plan, but we want to take a little bit deeper of a look in there and see if we should be updating that in a more comprehensive fashion. That looked at planning county facilities out through 2011. Obviously, we're a bit past that. And then along with that, the Capital Facilities Impact Fee that was adopted in 1995. We want to take a peek at that as well and see if that needs any refreshing too. And as sort of noticed today, a lot of the major discussions going on around the county relative to capital are facilities, not just building new facilities, but also rehabbing existing facilities. So a lot of the discussion that I've had with departments has been focused on those facilities needs. And through that process, we would be looking to address board direction and comment back from July. So again, very much including department heads right from the get-go, including the Finance Committee as well, having a very clear process for prioritization that your board has bought into, and being very clear and upfront as to how and when we're going to build certain projects, and definitely keeping the board apprised of the process moving forward. So the second action was reviewing the county's debt management policy. We're not suggesting that you review the policy in and of itself and look to make changes, although it's certainly in your purview to do so should you choose. But we did think, given the nature of the discussion today, that debt can and may become part of the equation to get things built. So the debt management policy was approved in 2003 and amended just a couple of months ago in January pursuant to some new state law that came down. And the debt management policy addresses all things debt, so appropriate uses of debt, balancing debt with equity, and it also specifically addresses capital improvement projects. So just wanted to sort of bring this to the board's attention. Should debt become something that you're interested in pursuing relative to some of these capital projects, we would want to make sure that any financing plan that addresses debt would be in conformance with the county's policy. And also wanted to note that the county's budget and financial policy also addresses capital improvements as well. So along the lines of debt, our staff put together a handy little calculator that just does a very quick amortization table relative to potential debt schemes. So we just threw this up there. $10 million worth of debt at a 3% interest rate for 30 years. This calculator shows what your annual payment would be, your total principal and interest over that time, as well as the 30-year amortization table that we cut off a little bit short just so it would fit on the slide. This is a handy calculator we've been using internally just to run some what-if scenarios. So with that, that might be a good time to pause around that first question. Our recommendation to prepare a comprehensive capital improvement plan. That second question is up on the screen here. What you want to do relative to some of those major capital improvement projects that have been in the works for a while. So this might be a good breaking point to take comments, obviously at your pleasure. take comments on this before moving into the second conversation.
So your preference would be then, so I'm clear, for us to weigh in on each of these items as we move through it?
Well, there's really those two questions. One is sort of how we move forward. The second is what we do with projects that we're looking at. Definitely up to you as to which way you'd like to go. Just didn't want to lose sight of this discussion because I think we're going to launch into a pretty comprehensive series of presentations relative to specific projects.
Any specific comments? I see two already. Jack?
Yeah, in moving together with the plan, it's going to include a discussion on operational costs, not only in staffing, how these different things would be staffed. Is that correct? We wouldn't just be focusing on, county staff versus outsourcing.
We'd be looking at all things relative to ongoing costs. So we'd be looking at not only replacement of the facility itself, but also should we be creating new programs, how to do so. We could certainly, at the board's direction, look at different ways to staff different programs for sure.
Because I think that would be important. I know we have policies in place that for whenever we can go out and it's functional to do so, we go out as a service model. So, okay.
Anything else, Jack? No. Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, I would like to have the conversation about essentially how to pay for things once we've heard a little bit more about what it is we're being asked to consider paying for. Because many of the questions that I'm going to have that will circle back to the how to pay for it will go at some, to Jack's point, some of the operational costs, some of the future costs versus costs we're currently incurring to provide the service in the facilities that we're in, those kinds of things. And so I think we need to tie the question of debt utilization, all the rest, into the overall conversation of the spending priorities once we have a better understanding of what we're going to be asked by the individual departments.
Sure.
Anything else from anyone on the board? Okay, let's just, for simplicity's sake, I think, let's start with the first action item, which is providing direction to prepare a 5-year capital improvement plan. Does anyone have any objection to staff moving forward with preparing a 5-year capital improvement plan? I think that's our first question here. I see no objections. Okay, so it sounds like direction is please do move forward with that. One of the things that I did want to bring up is in terms of moving forward with preparing the 5-year capital improvement plan, I'm still a little bit stuck on how we're going to do that community outreach. Mm-hmm. That was something we all identified as being important in July. And the update on that is that we've discussed methods for community involvement. And I think we need to somehow move beyond discussing methods and actually involve the community in these conversations so that, should we decide that we are going to construct big new facilities, the community at least understands why we've made that decision rather than just seeing a report out of a meeting. Right. So I think that's pretty important that we figure out more specifically how to do that as part of creating this 5-year capital improvement plan. I also am struggling still a bit on how we are specifically prioritizing projects and how they got to where they are in the queue. One of the things we had asked for was clarification of the use of tiers to prioritize projects. And I'm still not really understanding how these things got in the tiers that they're in. And so I feel a little bit like it's deja vu around the conversation from July. I don't know if any of the rest of my board members feel that way or not, but those are just my comments generally. On the county's debt management policy, I certainly don't disagree with Supervisor Euler. I think it is going to be relevant to what project and what options are out there for financing. I think what I was really trying to get at, Kirk, was what we were touching on earlier in the conversation, earlier this morning, which is, are we actually even willing to have a conversation around debt? And while theoretically that has always been in our policy, we've never done it, so it would be a fairly bold step. And so any thoughts from any board members just on that generally, not specific to any project, but just as a part of our policy?
No, just debt financing is a useful tool. So.
We all do it for our homes and cars, so,
And
okay.
businesses do it where it makes sense, and you can justify it based on increased productivity and your ROI. I mean, so, yeah, I'm fine having the conversation, but I think, again, it needs to be in the context of each individual project.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that there was no particular solid pushback to even having the conversation, because if that's off the table, it definitely affects the conversations we'll be having moving forward.
Understood.
All right, any other comments from anybody on those two? Okay, terrific. Let's move forward with item 3 in that
Right,
case.
and very quickly, if I may, on the tiers and prioritization discussion. So going back to the tape in July, there was a lot of discussion that I saw around tiers versus criteria versus high, medium, and low, and maybe some confusion around that, not only how projects were prioritized via that scheme, but also how a project may move from one tier to another. So my suggestion would not be to necessarily move that forward verbatim. I think I want to, along with the departments, take a hard look as to if that makes sense, frankly, and maybe recraft a prioritization methodology with the departments and with your board. So as long as you're amenable to taking a fresh look at that, that's something I would certainly want to do, and not necessarily just pull that forward.
Understood. And my concern is, and sorry to beat a dead horse here, but around things like the jail/court facility in Tahoe, which was at the top of our priority list for many years and suddenly is nowhere to be seen, essentially, on the list. And so part of the analysis is not just how do things move up, but how and why do they move down.
Yep.
And I think for us to make good, informed decisions around, say, even the things that are in front of us, just this small list today, we need to have a better understanding of how all those pieces work together. And I'm not comfortable seeing that in here and understanding still how that process occurs. Nevertheless, we will move on. Thank
Understood. All right, so the second question is really around a certain subset of projects. So as you see here listed today, the Auburn HHS building, coroner facility, crime lab, elections warehouse, and a suite of projects that we're calling jail facilities. So these are projects that we consider to be sort of the most ready for potential near-term implementation of those facilities projects discussed back in July. This is not the end-all be-all list of things that departments want to build, but really, again, those most ready to be building in the near future, and something that the departments are definitely keen on getting feedback from your board and really that green light to move them forward right now. So departments are looking for sort of your commitment today to fund and build these projects. If you are wanting to commit to those projects today, we would go back, work with the finance committee to put together a full-blown financing plan for that project or those projects and return to you as soon as possible. We would then fold those projects into the capital planning process moving forward as assumed to be built in that 5-year period. So this would be essentially acting on the projects and then feeding them into the capital plan as opposed to just doing the capital plan moving forward and have projects sort of emanate from that. So these projects, again, have been discussed for a number of years. I believe all of them have been in front of your board or at least discussed once or more in the past. And Attachment 1 details each of those projects, both what they're trying to achieve as well as some of the financials around them. So this
Again, I'm going to interrupt just so
Sure.
we're all absolutely on the same page and very clear about where this process is taking us. It's my understanding from what you just said that if we point to all these projects, some of these projects, none of these projects today, probably not none of them because that wouldn't require any fiscal analysis, but if we point to any of them, that is not a thumbs up on the actual project. That is a go figure out how this would be funded, what it would cost, and then bring that back to us so that we can then make that informed decision about whether it is appropriate to spend those dollars and how to spend them.
So what maybe take a step back. What I've heard from departments is they want to know if they're moving forward with their project. That a lot of these discussions have been in the works for a number of years, and they're assuming that they're moving forward to construct at some point here in the near future. So I think what I'm trying to do is at least get a clear understanding of what the board wants to do. Are we committed to these projects? Obviously, you want to have in front of you how we're going to fund and finance them as a next step. But I think what we're trying to or what the departments are trying to understand is, are we on a path to construct, or are we on a path to do further studies and have more discussions before that commitment is made?
Okay, thank you.
So this table's in the staff report. It shows the estimated cost of those 5 projects, somewhere in the neighborhood of $195 million in today's dollars. Total funding currently available is around $65 million, and that projected funding available grows to about $140 million over those 5 years. That $140 million assumes that we get an outstanding grant that we just applied for relative to acute mental health facility. So that's built into that $140 million. So you'll see the 5-year funding, or the funding gap. Right now it's around $130 million. That shrinks to about $56 million should those monies come in as we project and that grant come in as we all hoped. So those attachments in the staff report address each project separately. This just summarizes sort of the financials that we have in those summary sheets, the potential for repayment, whether or not the project at this point leverages external funding from the Fed, state, locals, or other. The annual cost increase, most of that is due to maintenance, custodial, et cetera, with the one project, the Crime Lab, being sort of a new program. So that would be maintenance, custodial, et cetera, plus staffing as well. And then the final column is whether or not capital facilities impact fees are eligible for that project. Staff report also notes a few other things you may want to consider when you're looking at these projects. Both how the project meets the current and future needs of the county, the department, residents of Placer County, et cetera, the return on investment, not just financial, but social or otherwise, whether or not it may catalyze other opportunities, again, whether it leverages state, federal, or local funding, generates additional operating costs, or maybe could be phased in over time to save monies. Also didn't want to forget sort of all the other things that are being discussed right now relative to capital. Again, our recommendation is to focus right now on facilities, but there's a lot of other conversations going on. A couple of them that jump out at me. Placer Parkway Phase 1, we may be back to your board sometime in spring or summer with a larger question about how to jumpstart Phase 1. That could be another multi-million-dollar type of question. Very exciting, obviously. You funded design today. That's a $6 million step towards getting this thing built. We might be back to you in fairly short order looking for an additional infusion of monies that could be repaid over time through Tier 2 fees, but to jumpstart construction of that facility that will really catalyze the entire SIA area. The second one is the Tahoe Justice Center, as you had mentioned earlier. That's very much been sort of on the list for a number of years, as I understand it. Fairly dilapidated facility, some ADA challenges, et cetera. I know it's definitely both the interest of departments behind me as well as your board to get that solved here in the near future. So that's very much on our list as well and would be addressed through the facility's CIP process. So with that, this is where I stop talking, and I'm going to start turning it over to department heads. These are in alphabetical order. So the first one is the Auburn HHS office building with Jeff Brown presenting. So before I pass the baton over, are there any questions for me? All right. Jeff?
Well, good morning, Chair Montgomery, members of the board. Jeff Brown, your Health and Human Services Director. Thank you for the opportunity to brief you a bit on the proposed consolidated HHS building. I feel very lucky to be here at the beginning of the alphabet with an H. And just wanted to give an overview. You witnessed a similar map this morning when you were talking about the DeWitt master plan. We have facilities across the county in 3 distinct areas, up in the Tahoe region, also in the Auburn area, and 2 facilities in South Placer, both at Rockland, Sunset Boulevard, and Kirby Hills in Roseville. So we thought we'd start with our existing Auburn buildings. The DeWitt Barracks, we occupy about 87,000 square feet. I think you're all very familiar with the barracks. Definitely structurally past their useful life and functionally obsolete. I'm going to show you a few pictures. You've probably witnessed all of this yourself, but they say it's worth 1,000 words. So that's the entry into social services in the back. You can see we have some unique sunscreening options on the windows there. And the piece of equipment there is a dehumidifier in one of our rooms in our adult system of care. It actually draws out the humidity coming from the wall to deposit water in the trash can, which we have to continue to empty on a semi-regular basis. And then this is our building in Enterprise Way. This is lease space and just highlighting some of the ADA challenges and solutions that we've implemented. I could go on, but just to show that these buildings are certainly old. They're over 70 years old when we look at the barracks. And I think we all agree they're certainly in need of an alternative solution. In terms of other existing Auburn buildings, I mentioned Enterprise. We have about 20,000 square feet at Enterprise, and we also lease 2,000 square feet at Lions Plaza. All of our services in the Auburn area are spread out over 12 different buildings between our lease space and a number of barracks. So in terms of need, might get another award here. 24 years we've been on the list. Started with the 1993 Comprehensive Facilities Master Plan, and the need for this building has been on that list ever since. What we're really looking to do with this building is house administration and Auburn field services. That's primarily what we're trying to do. We occupy about 109,000 square feet. The architects that performed programming that they completed last summer estimated that we would need over the future about 136,000 square feet. So in terms of where our field services are located, our two largest divisions actually have the majority of field services located in South Placer. Adult or Human Services has about 70% of its employees at our Sunset facility, which was recently purchased. And then our Adult System of Care, our second largest division, is primarily located at Kirby Hills. In terms of locations in Auburn, we really need Auburn as a place for our administrative services, to be close to the CEO's office, county council, auditor, controller. Environmental health we have located primarily in Auburn to be close to the Cedra building and the land use function. In terms of our children's system of care, we have slightly more employees located in the Auburn area rather than South Placer because juvenile court is actually located right next to juvenile hall. And that's one of the primary functions of that division. And then finally, public health has some more employees in the Auburn area to be close to the public health lab and also to the emergency operations center to help with our emergency preparedness activities. So some of the advantages of an HHS Auburn building. Well, the first thing we have to say is we would expect increased service delivery efficiencies and better service to our customers. We pride ourselves on the Placer model of integrated services, but I have to say it's really hard to provide comprehensive integrated services when you're at 3 different sites in 10 to 12 different buildings. I think one of the strongest arguments for this building, and it's a unique advantage, is we have the ability to leverage state and federal dollars. So over time, we can pay for the cost of this building. We're looking to gain efficiencies by having a shared lobby space in this building. We're not looking to expand staff in this building. And we basically believe that removing some of the operational costs, if the barracks, we think we can break even. We do not see an increase overall in our operational costs. This building essentially would create shared facilities for other county departments, which would include parking, which would include conference space, but it would also give us the unique advantage of exiting some of the space that we occupy in the CDRC and allowing facilities to be consolidated with public works. And then facilities moving over to the CDRC would allow for the Ag Commissioner and other smaller departments to essentially upgrade their space. So there's benefits for more than just health and human services. This would be a county asset which could be used flexibly in the future. No deed restriction, even though state and federal funds would pay for the most of the building over time. Your successors over time could make a decision to put county general fund departments in this building and move some of health and human services into leased facilities over time. But it's essentially an asset that the county can use any way it sees fit over time. And then finally, you had your presentation this morning about the Placer County Government Center master plan. This would actually be the jump start and allow us to move forward with a new building, remove the great majority of the barracks that are still out there and allow some of those other uses to take place. So my last slide here, just like to talk about costs. We estimate the total cost, including design, project management, at about $75 million. That's including everything. We think that's a conservative number, and we would certainly work overtime to see if we could reduce that number. As I mentioned, all capital costs are reimbursed by HHS over time. And that if your board decided to infuse an investment of half of the cost of the program and decided to go out for bond financing for the other half of the program, our department could cover all of the depreciation, all of the finance costs associated with the bond. So essentially covering the ultimate costs of the building in a couple of different financing scenarios. And then I have to say this project is very far along in its development. Your board approved a programming contract which was completed with Dreyfus and Blackford last summer. So that is done. Next steps, if your board decides to move this forward, would be the development of design criteria and the environmental review. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we have each presentation, we take comments specifically on that, and at the end of it, we sort of circle back for a further set of comments. Supervisor Euler.
The ability to bond on this, is that against the state and federal dollars? Is that why we're able to bond? I mean, what kind of a bond are we looking at for this?
You know, I'm going to ask, I think it could be a certificate of participation, it could be a general obligation bond. It's just an alternative way to finance the building.
Right. Yep.
So what type of a bond would, I'm calling to my lifeline. Rebecca, would you like to?
So Rebecca Malott, Director of Administration for HHS. So there are different types of bonds that we could go out for, and at the end of this, as far as our ability to repay, it's because the interest expense is expensed within that period, within the fiscal year, despite the type of bond that we would go out for, and so we can afford to pay for that. So that's the piece that's covered. So there's more work to determine the specific types and costs associated with that. But all of that is expensed right away.
There are a couple of little, won't call them discrepancies, maybe some numbers have changed since staff report versus this, but for instance, we're looking at estimated total project cost or capital cost in our staff report of 90 million. I'm seeing 75 up there, and 75 is a number that we're.
So that initial estimate of 90 million, I think actually in August, a number of 109 million was presented to your board.
I like the direction it's going.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we come
just
back
wait a few
3
more months. Yeah, we'll break the 60 barrier very soon.
It'll
at the
be
rate we're going.
$5.
I move that strategy.
So we actually worked with facilities and worked with Dreyfus and Blackford to look at reducing some of what we considered perhaps was redundant space.
Okay.
And so they initially recommended a building of over 150,000 square feet of space, and that was reduced to 136,000 square feet, which brought that estimate down to a roughly $90 million. And then working with facilities and looking at existing construction costs, particularly looking at a building that was just built by the city of Roseville. It's an annex just across the street on Vernon Street. And that building construction cost for an 84,000 square foot building, 6,000 of the square feet is not fully outfitted yet, but that cost was $22 million of construction costs. So really looking at exactly what's happening in the market, we essentially redid the estimate to more accurately reflect the current conditions.
Okay. So you're currently occupying across the 3 different rented facilities, well, including the DeWitt facility, about 109,000 square feet.
That's correct.
You're looking to go to 136,000. I'm seeing the note saying that the ongoing operational costs are anticipated to increase from 1.2 to 1.6. I have a question in my mind as to kind of how that's possible given what I know to be the incredible inefficiencies of the current buildings that we're in, both at Enterprise and at DeWitt, number one. Number two, the operational redundancies associated with multiple meters, at different locations, all those kinds of things. How do we see those operational costs growing as opposed to, I mean, now, granted, you are talking about 30% greater square footage that or about 28% greater square footage that you're taking care of, but so I'm just trying to, because obviously all this figures into our evaluation of our ability to pay for this.
Absolutely. Ken Grimm with Department of Public Works and Facilities, and we've been working on operational costs for all of our facilities. New buildings, much more efficient. A lot of times, particularly on the electrical side, we actually can save money. What we also find, though, is a lot of our buildings are past their useful life, that we're not doing the things you probably should be doing for keeping an
You
asset.
might actually maintain the new building as opposed
The idea is it is an asset that will go on
handing
almost
out hard
forever.
hats to people who walk into DeWitt is
And I think that is a big portion of this idea that we let the old buildings, just let them go. New buildings do also have more control systems, more higher tech types of features that do have some additional costs with them. But I think the single largest thing we're finding is we are not making investments into the old buildings the way we believe we should be making an investment in a new building to ensure that it stays for the long term.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all.
Jump in on, and have you actually run some numbers on those I mean, are you part of your strategy saying if the buildings actually start falling down, we're going to have to let you guys rebuild them?
Well, there is no doubt there is a certain time, and it comes with roads, it comes with anything that stands up, that at some point does it make sense to put more money putting a Band-Aid on something than letting it go and rebuilding it. And you do make those decisions. I do believe in the DeWitt Center, that decision was probably made long ago, probably almost when we got the building. Those buildings, in my opinion, were never meant to be permanent.
Yeah, and I get more seriously. Have you actually tried to run the numbers as to the deferred maintenance that you have decided to discontinue as compared to what that increment would be on a new building?
We do have some of the numbers. What we are doing is on the new buildings like the FAB, the CDRC, where we are trying to keep up with a maintenance plan. We have the numbers for what those are compared to what they are on the buildings that are well past their prime. And so that is how we are developing these numbers.
Any questions, comments down from that end? Okay.
I guess just one more quick one. So given the ability to pay the cost of debt utilizing state and federal dollars, factoring that into your annual operating costs, and they will pay a reasonable interest rate that we're paying on, say, a bond, right?
If it's a bond, if your board essentially decided to pay cash for the building, then we can recoup 2% per year over a 50-year period through depreciation costs. So any lost interest costs are not recoupable.
Well, I guess what I'm looking at is in terms of this menu of our ability to pay for things, you happen to be one that we know that the debt cost can be borne by the dollars that we receive from the state and federal.
So let me clarify. So when we ran some initial scenarios, we believe that we could absorb the debt cost if half of the building was financed, half of the cost.
Okay.
So if we essentially went out for bonds for the full $75 million, then that would impact our program operations.
Okay.
But,
and if I could just, Jeff, when you did that analysis on the 1/2 debt, was
Correct.
it based on staff's amortization schedule that they showed earlier?
It was based on a 30-year, correct? That's
30-year.
That's my question.
Yes, actually, that was a model that we had developed and used pre-giving it to CEO for him.
And your operational costs can absorb half of the structure being funded through debt?
Correct.
But then...
With the current amount of funding we receive today, yes.
Okay. But is all of the funding that goes for facilities then just going to repay the debt and none of it back to repay the county's capital contribution that came from the funds, or is the combination of the two?
So we would repay the $37.5 million in cash back to the county, as well as
at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
At the same
and
time.
so the reason why you can't do all of it with the bond is you're assuming a 2% payback to the county on our capital. Then why, help me understand why.
So we at a $75 million building, we're basically break even to our cost of today if there's no interest expense. So for what we occupy space-wise and what we're paying to facilities today,
Right.
it's about $2 million a year. So when we amortize 75 million, we're pretty close to the $2 million a year plus the facility costs. So then the only additional money we're paying is the interest.
Right.
So the interest cost that we're estimating about 3.5% on a bond issuance is what we have to come up with additional federal and state dollars for. So we can
Okay,
afford.
so I'm sorry. So you're saying that you believe you have the ability to go acquire additional federal and state dollars to pay
Correct.
the interest on that bond?
Right.
Okay.
Without needing
Right.
additional general fund dollars
Okay.
outside of what we get as a department
Okay.
today. But that only can cover about about half,
Okay.
roughly 50%.
The calculation does assume repayment of the original capital contribution from the county with interest? Not with interest? Okay, that's the, okay.
That's the piece that,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
And due to the accounting methodologies for claiming, we're not allowed to claim the interest.
All right, all right, and.
We
hence,
can
of
claim the
course-
interest on a bond, but you can't claim them on a capital purchase.
I mean, because I was sitting here trying to figure out, well, then why wouldn't we just go bond all $75 million if we can just go do it that way? But they cap that at some level in terms of what they will pay the interest on? Because otherwise,
no.
why wouldn't we just go bond all
Right.
75 million of it if they're going to increase state and federal contributions in order to cover the interest on?
A piece of it. And,
Just a piece, that's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Okay.
You absolutely could do that.
Okay.
We would need to ask for more general fund dollars to not cut services to be able to pay for the
No,
part that the federal and state.
I get it.
Right,
I
at
get
75.
it. I was just trying to figure out what was the
Absolutely.
threshold that we had to hit in order to minimize our capital contribution, maximize what state and feds are willing to pay for in additional contributions to meet that debt service cost.
Right.
I think what you're saying is it's about half.
It is about half.
Okay.
Yes, that's where we stand today. But theoretically, you could do the whole thing if you wanted to maximize
Right. No, I get it.
state dollars.
I get it.
but yes.
Okay. Thank you. I was just trying to
Okay.
figure that out.
No problem.
Any other input from the board? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
And I should mention before we move forward, I was remiss in not mentioning this at the beginning, there's a new version of Attachment 1 that was released on Friday. So when the agenda originally went out, it had a version that was a bit older. The new version was released on Friday. Our fault, not the board clerks at all. But that new version does have the $75 million number. So I wanted to apologize for that.
No, that's
our
fine.
fault. If you need a copy of the new version, happy to run you off a copy right now.
That's fine. May I just quickly jump back on page 16 of our staff report where you have, and I don't know if you want to throw the slide up there so we're all looking at it, but you're looking at the capital projected estimated funding gap. And we show the HHS building at 75 million on that one.
Yes.
Okay, yep, you want to, okay.
Yeah.
So the $56 million delta that we're talking about is between what we anticipate our total capital contribution, our ability to pay, if you will, if we want to write a check for everything, of $131 million over 5 years. Is that correct? Is that what I'm saying? I just want to make sure.
139 million.
131.
At the end.
Yeah.
At the end of those 5. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yes, the gap. The gap currently right now.
Yes.
We have 64.5 in the bank, so that gap right now is 131 million. At the end of 5 years, we're projecting to have 139.5 in the bank. So that gap shrinks to 56 million.
Okay. So we'll be, so you're saying we'll be at 139 million in 5 years.
If we get a
If we
grant in the amount of,
30 million? 30 million.
okay.
And that's on the crime lab one?
That's
Or
on the
jail?
acute mental health jail.
Jail, I'm sorry, on the jail. Okay. But just as far as this conversation is concerned,
plus impact phase, Kirk.
I'm sorry?
Plus impact phase. So the 30 million in the grant plus impact phase gets us to that.
Yep.
130.
Assuming.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, no, that I understood. But as far as this conversation is concerned, we've just taken essentially about half of that Auburn HHS building and said we have a finance tool that is available for that. And so we've just taken about $37 million out of that from the total delta of the 56 down at the bottom. Would that be correct?
Yes.
You see what I'm getting at?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yep.
So now we're saying we're looking at closer to $20 million gap that we would have to figure out how to close through some other tool. HHS showed up with a tool to help close that $56 million gap that we have by $35-ish million.
Yes.
Okay. So now we're down to about $20 million is the gap that we have to close through some other kind of a tool. Is everybody, am I right? I mean,
No, I'm following you.
are there
but that
smarter
scares
people in the
me.
room that are helping me out here? I mean, please, nod
Yeah,
your head.
Let me just suggest that we're also going to get confused by current today's dollars versus inflated costs
understood.
come 5 years. So part of the 5-year plan and bringing back very specific financing details is to really pin down those numbers to do exactly what you're trying to do kind of on the fly.
Kirk, in essence, if I'm understanding what you're saying, is that $75 million for the HHS building is sort of net to us 37.5 rather than if we're financing, but it still has to be paid back.
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, yeah, it still has to be, but what I'm trying to figure out is how can we leverage as greatly as possible our current and future over the 5-year anticipated receipts of those dollars? How do we leverage that into as much improvement in the ground sooner rather than later through a combination of, it may be debt, it may be the ability to bond against an agreement with state and feds that they will pay those portions going forward based on what they're bringing in. So that's all I'm trying to figure out.
Any other questions before we move on to Crime Lab? Let's move on to Crime Lab then.
I believe it's actually the corner facility.
Oh, is it? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I was looking at the list that was on the screen, and it was not alphabetical.
Good afternoon. You're not going to ask me about money, are you?
Oh, no.
Math or anything?
No.
Becky's here.
Never.
I appreciate that. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Bosch, Mr. Carden. I'm Captain Daryl Steinhauer with the Sheriff's Office, and joining me today is my resident expert, Chief Deputy Coroner Dennis Watt. We're here to speak briefly about the Placer County Coroner Facility Capital Project. And let's see, and show you some cool pictures to boot. There we go. All right, and it's not fuzzy. That's good. Okay. While myself, I'm relatively new to the project, otherwise known as the morgue, I'm not new to the problems that are associated with it. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 23 years, during which time I can attest to many of the morgue issues presented today. I can only imagine how they've progressively worsened since I began in 1994. While I don't have the time today to cover all the issues associated with the morgue, I'd like to hit on a few that reiterate the urgency in moving the Placer County Coroner Facility project forward. The existing morgue was built in the 1940s and has been occupied by the Sheriff's Office for more than 30 years. Due to its age and size, we have had to work through several obstacles over those years. Currently, the morgue can store 16 cases, yet due to the lack of space, it has become common practice to use outside mortuaries for storage. This creates additional costs, and we lose physical control of our cases, yet maintain all that control liability. In addition, morgue operations and oversight are currently inefficient due to morgue and coroner operations being conducted at different locations. The small size of the existing morgue also hinders the number of autopsies we can perform, therefore we end up holding cases longer. Mandated record keeping also requires we store histology slides and blocks. Due to the lack of space, the majority of these are being stored in an outside storage container that is neither temperature regulated or highly secure. The current morgue is open to public view and access, as you can see in the photo here, where it is not uncommon for the decedent's families or even passerbys to attempt entry into the facility just because you don't know what it is. A related concern is the transient population in North Auburn that frequently congregates in the area of the morgue. Further, there are no secure areas to drop off or pick up coroner's cases. These are obvious problems when we are trying to balance the privacy of the decedent and their families with morgue security. Currently, outside agencies who request to witness an autopsy for criminal prosecution are in the autopsy area with the pathologist and autopsy assistant. This is an undesirable practice based on necessity only and creates very little workspace for the pathologist. Due to the age of the building and type of construction, there was no ventilation in the autopsy area to ventilate smells and particles from the building. This is a problem I have personally experienced over the years and has not improved. The overwhelming smell is always present and spreads throughout the entire building. Further, the inefficient wall-mounted air conditioning unit in the autopsy area requires the pathologist at times to wear special personal protective gear. This problem is compounded during the hot summers. Likewise, inefficiencies in wall-mounted units do not properly regulate either hot or cold temperatures. While the Sheriff's Office is excited to announce that we just added a new pathologist to our team, Kelly Kobolansky, who's actually out in the audience, it now necessitates us to refurbish the morgue as best we can to facilitate now both a men and women's restroom, changing room, and a shower. Unfortunately, the morgue was never designed to sustain our current level of operations. An example of this is the brick closet, as you see in this photo, that we hope to turn into a temporary female restroom and shower, as I just mentioned. In 2013, an electrical fire originating from an exterior electrical panel burned both the exterior and interior portions of the morgue. Further, electrical circuits in the morgue are being utilized to max capacity. This frequently causes circuit breakers to trip, temporarily delaying operations at times. Again, this is the current condition of the morgue. If any photos speak 1,000 words, this will be the one. This photo puts into perspective the urgency in which we need to relocate to a new building. The roof recently collapsed in several places due to excessive dry rot and heavy rains. Fortunately, no persons were in the morgue at the time of that collapse. We continue to patch a building that will never provide adequate protection for our cases, staff, and case family members. This building does not provide for long-term occupancy, nor should we continue to band-aid a building that will never meet our operational needs. The long, wet winter has also created a situation where mold thrives. In a building as old as the morgue, the rate in which mold and other bacteria develops increases rapidly. While we can patch areas we can see, there's no doubt other problem areas do exist that cannot be identified, and at this point, we are cautiously waiting for the next problem to present itself. While the roof was recently patched, both internally and externally, it's a temporary fix that minimally meets Placer County code requirements. Further, continuing to patch the morgue will not improve its current condition or the safety of those that must visit and work there. In closing, the morgue is a capital project that meets the needs of the community, both living and deceased. It's in line with a master plan at the Santucci Justice Center property and is literally plug and play. With a significant increase in the number of cases coming from the South Placer area to the morgue, relocating to South Placer also makes sense because of the time and transportation costs that will be saved. A new building will also increase efficiencies while providing enhanced employee and public safety. With the necessary staff and equipment already in place, the move to the new facility is expected to be a smooth transition. Because my presentation this afternoon does not fully capture the morgue's unsound state, I would like to extend an invitation to any board member who would be willing and interested in touring the facility. Thank you.
In July.
Yeah.
July, yeah. So with that, take any questions.
Any questions from anyone on the board? Kirk?
Yeah, so you seem to say that the obvious solution is the move to the Santucci Center, correct? That's
Yes.
The obvious.
Based on the footprint, my understanding is that it's a designated position has already been placed.
And that is what we're seeing here as the estimated cost of the $27.5 million is the construction of that facility in that location.
I will defer that to this gentleman here.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I got for now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now I believe we're moving to the crime lab, if we're going in alphabetical order.
Scott Owens, 10810 Justice Center Drive. First off, there's a feeling, you see those projects listed and you see the dollars up there, and there's a feeling like, oh my God, I'm up here competing against everybody. I've worked going on 34 years with the county. I've worked in those buildings that he's talking about, that Jeff was talking about, and I realize how bad those buildings are. They're horrific. I had an office in one of those buildings, and when the wind blew, my curtains moved inside the building. They're certainly in need of replacement, and all of these projects are valid projects, and then you have to look at them as a whole. I've become a huge cheerleader for Sheriff Bell, and before that, Sheriff Bonner's project with regards to the Corners facility. It's in terrible shape. But that said, I want to talk about my project. Becky Riggin will tell you that in 2008, I think I first started trying to work the idea that we needed a Placer County Crime Lab into just about every conversation that I could, no matter what that conversation entailed. I tried to work it in. Our relationship with a private vendor was winding down at that time. We were looking for alternatives. In 2009, we did a study of those alternatives. They were very limited. In 2010, we actually thought we had a solve when we went with the Department of Justice, and we signed an MOU with the Department of Justice to have them provide us with lab services. We thought that was going to work out. In 2011, because of budget cuts, they were on the table for 50% cuts to their budget. There was an address made to the elected district attorneys in Southern California that on the table for cuts was possible discontinuance of lab services to small and medium-sized counties. So we're back on the table, in 2011, 2012, looking for alternatives, because for us this is like breathing. It's just part of something that we do. It's part of something that law enforcement does. It's part of everything that we do. And so moving forward, we've stayed with the Department of Justice despite a number of issues. In 2000, Kamala Harris was the Attorney General in 2011. Recently, she went to the Senate in the November election, and Attorney Javier Becerra was appointed by Governor Brown into that role. One of his first orders of business was he was facing $8 million cuts to lab services and was looking at closing a number of labs. He made an address. I first heard about it from Sheriff Bell. He made an address to the state sheriffs, and basically all the elected DAs across the state kind of went on notice and in fear that this was going to be happening, that we were finally going to get the cuts that they had originally talked about in 2011. I can tell you that Wednesday before last, Attorney General Becerra met with several of us DAs in Sacramento, and he informed us that they have found the money and they have taken those cuts off the board for this year. But again, this year. So our feeling is that this is something imminent. When this board says go, it's going to take us 3 to 5 years to go through the build process, to go through the licensing process, and to get a lab and to get our folks trained and up to speed. So we feel the pressure of trying to get this done because there are not a lot of private alternatives for us. But again, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to come speak with you regarding this project. Over the last several years, we've explored the idea of providing Placer County residents with reliable, efficient, and a cost-effective means of providing forensic services. Our objectives include improving forensic services, improving case response times, and providing reliable investigative results within the framework of cost-effective service delivery models. Included would be the potential to partner with surrounding jurisdictions to leverage economies of services to reduce costs to Placer County citizens, in addition to partnering with the Placer County Sheriff's Office and co-locating the morgue on the property, which would further result in improving services to our citizens while leveraging cost. On any given year in Placer County, we get between 11 and 13,000 new cases. Those are referred to us, and of those result in the neighborhood of 10,000 filings per year. Roughly 50 to 70% of those cases are going to require some sort of forensic service. A Placer County Crime Lab would create a system of operation that allows Placer County to ensure long-term access to forensic services. It would also move Placer County into the modern age with regards to current and emerging technologies as it relates to forensic services. In the 2016 Placer County Department of Administrative Services Crime Lab and Corners Facility Feasibility Study, it was noted that overall, Placer County is not realizing the advances that have been occurring in forensic science over the last 15 to 20 years. Law enforcement agencies are relying now more than ever on timely forensic science intelligence that is often derived from investigative databases such as the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, Automated Fingerprint ID System, AFIS, and National Integrated Ballistic Information System, NIBIN. These systems have the ability to provide investigators with suspect information or link cases together with forensic evidence from crime scenes. That feasibility study also noted that all law enforcement agencies in Placer County would benefit from timely and proper forensic services. A Placer County crime lab meets the needs of our community. A crime lab was the top recommendation of the Criminal Justice Master Plan a few years ago. Slow turnaround times lead to excessive court appearances. It increases failures to appear by defendants and delays justice for victims. With the Department of Justice, blood results are taken an average of 6 months. That's down from 9 to 12 months when we first started talking about that a few years ago. However, it's still way too long. The Sacramento crime lab, they average 11 days. The resultant delays cause literally thousands of extra court appearances from continuances, which in turn cause much higher rates of failures to appear by defendants. It increases overtime costs to subpoenaed law enforcement officers in addition to increasing workloads by administrative staff and court staff. There's also additional risks that are involved to officers and the community every time an individual has to be rearrested following a failure to appear. Currently, we are limited by DOJ to only 4 DNA samples on a homicide case. This is simply insufficient. Our burden is to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. To be limited to 4 samples is simply not enough in most homicide cases where you could have a crime scene, a transport vehicle, and a dump site. The delay in processing sexual assault DNA is likewise not acceptable. We have examples of cases where we obtained a conviction that was 3 years old before the DNA was analyzed and entered into CODIS. This should be done within days. Our Placer County victims have a right to closure, and a crime lab can give us that ability in many of these cases. Quite simply, DOJ is just overworked and understaffed. They do not have the capabilities of getting things done currently with the budget the way it is. DOJ, because of those caseloads, has stopped analyzing samples for 11550 under the influence of drug cases. A Placer County crime lab provides a return on investment that's worthwhile. We have an adversary system. In the world of the courts, our system should have a prosecutor, a defendant, and a neutral arbiter as a judge. Crowded court dockets eliminate the judge's ability to be that neutral arbiter. The less time you have to resolve cases, the less time you have to resolve cases. It's just that simple. Every year, the 43 prosecutors of the Placer County District Attorney's Office make around 70 to 75,000 court appearances per year. We've been dealing with roughly 27,000 court appearances on motions to continue alone. Some of those motions are due to unprepared attorneys. Some of those are due to witness unavailability. But a lot are due to a failure to have the forensic results. If we can eliminate just 1/3 of those continuances, it saves our attorneys approximately 250 court appearances per year. We need to get the pendulum swinging back in the right direction. The more time we have to conference those cases with the judge, the more time we will have to conference those cases with the judge. In addition, modern forensic tools will enhance law enforcement's capabilities in quickly identifying suspects, solving more crimes, reducing court appearances and failures to appear, and increasing conviction rates. All those things lead to a reduction in future crime. As set forth in the feasibility study, it can be extremely challenging to measure the return on investment for money spent to fund forensic services. Generally, it is impossible to measure the total cost of victims in terms of mental and emotional distress, and equally difficult to determine the actual cause of crime reduction when it occurs. A crime lab gives us the ability to utilize DNA evidence more broadly. DNA and other forensic sciences are currently rarely ever used due to delays and sample limitations by the Department of Justice. A study asserts that the Denver crime lab saw a cost savings of 90 to 1, a return on investment of 90 to 1 when using DNA evidence in property crimes. That same study related that over the 2 years of the project, an estimated $36.8 million in property loss was avoided and $5 million in police costs saved by preventing hundreds of crimes. In a word, that's quite simply amazing and something we should strive toward. A crime lab catalyzes other opportunities. As set forth, a crime lab allows us to utilize leading-edge forensic science services to modernize our entire criminal justice system. From local law enforcement capabilities, techniques, and policies, to our ability to examine as many DNA samples as necessary to quickly solve sex crimes and even property crimes to minimize the danger to our community. It also has the potential for contracting with other nearby counties and agencies. We've looked at the crime lab as a joint project with the Placer County Coroner's Facility. While the morgue is a Placer County Sheriff project, as I mentioned, seeing the condition of our morgue has caused me to be a strong advocate in support of Sheriff Bell and Sheriff Bonner. They need a new facility. Putting these two projects together allows us to save money. The Smith Group, our consultants on the feasibility study, estimate a minimum of over $4 million in savings by putting these two projects together. There is money to be saved. That's almost half of the cost of Mr. Ronco's building. There's money to be saved in shared common space, high dollar vacuum systems, and even ongoing staffing costs. This is truly a collaborative effort from start to finish to operation. Criminal justice partners should share expenses on a cost for service basis. A forensic lab operating to ISO standards is eligible for federal grant opportunities. The Denver Crime Lab, once operating to ISO standards, receives approximately $1 million a year in ongoing grants. Initial staffing costs are estimated at $3 million annually. It is important to note that that figure has not been reduced by monies already being expended for lab services. It also doesn't look at possible savings through current staff reassignments. Essentially it also doesn't take a look at taking on any out-of-county agencies. Without all of those things, we are talking about adding 1 to 1.4% to our annual criminal justice budget. In light of all the benefits, that seems like a small price to pay. There's an ability to phase the project. We've looked at the feasibility study, projected space and growth requirements to year 2035. Co-location obviously has potential capital cost savings. There's also the ability to share common spaces with the coroner's facility. There's also interest by Sac State to partner to include a learning component that would benefit the county going forward in the way of employees that we could hire. In closing, Placer County is forensically underserved. Timely forensic analysis will provide valuable information to law enforcement investigations for a high return on investment through the use of leading-edge technologies. Safety and security has always been viewed as a priority in this county, and this new facility with potential benefits, collaborative partnerships in both criminal justice and education, has the potential to revolutionize the way criminal justice operates in Placer County. The economic benefits of people feeling safe in their communities is a pillar of a thriving community, and we look forward to moving forward with this project with you. Thank you.
Any questions? Supervisor Euler.
So, Scott, you've identified a number of areas where you think that having the crime lab will result in savings to the county, and I don't dispute any of the areas that you identified. I'm wondering, however, if you are at this point or would be with assigning the right folks to crunch the numbers, the ability to quantify what some of those, not just the savings in terms of what we're currently paying to DOJ for services provided, the recurring costs associated with the court appearances and all the rest that go away. I think to the extent that you can truly point to a rough equivalent like Denver's decrease in property crimes associated with increased convictions. I don't know how that marries up here in California, though. However, given our law on property crimes and the threshold that we prosecute at based on the dollar amount, I don't know if those are going to be apples to apples in any way. So being able to actually sit down and say, all right, we anticipate this kind of savings plus the revenue generation potential associated with us actually being the contract service provider to other jurisdictions who want a faster turnaround time and all that. Do we have any of those numbers today? Are those numbers easily discoverable within a reasonable time frame so we can continue this conversation?
They are certainly easily. I don't think we have those discoveries ready today, and it's one of those things that it's difficult to get other electeds from other agencies to commit and sign on board with an MOU.
Right.
I could relate for you that the Nevada DA has told me, when do you need me to come talk to your board? I can relate to you that I've had conversations with the El Dorado County DA, and he's told me.
I have no doubt that if you're able to provide a level of service that is a turnaround closer to what Sacramento County is enjoying of 11 days versus what the DOJ is providing, that you'll get the customers. What I need to know is, what does the customer acquisition translate into in terms of revenue for the crime lab?
And we're still attempting to quantify that, and part of that is working with the Smith Group, who's in the process of doing another study with us. But one of those issues is there's tiers. There's tiers with the folks that you have working, and there's tiers with the equipment that's handling what they can handle and where those caseloads are as to who you can bring on. And so it's a little more complex than you would normally expect. But I believe that the work is there that's going to significantly reduce cost to Placer County. I think that we are going to see a significant reduction in crime. We're going to be able to solve things faster because when we look at this, the monies that we have going out, over the last 5 years, we've been averaging about $300,000 to the state Department of Justice. Before we went with the state, we were averaging closer to $550,000 to $600,000 to a private vendor. If you look at how the Smith Group has broken this thing down, for those same services, they're looking about $600,000. A lot of the additional costs are new and emerging services. For years, 20 years ago, we weren't that much of a player in DNA. Well, now DNA is something, it's a tool that all of law enforcement needs to be utilizing. And so I'd still consider it an emerging technology that we would all of a sudden become a player in. It would give us fingerprint capabilities much farther, way beyond what we have now, that we haven't currently been capitalizing on, which is not something that's part of that original money that we were spending with the Department of Justice and before that with the private vendor. So there are certainly some additional costs that are going to be taken on, and we're continuing to work to kind of quantify and identify that in comparison with cost savings.
Okay. And then you mentioned that Denver has been receiving grant funds about $1 million a year.
That's my understanding from speaking with Mr. Gelbach.
You need to press the little button on there. What you obviously want to see is that is that some per capita calculation that the feds use based on population area served, and therefore what could we expect, all things being equal, that we might be eligible for?
So we inquired with Denver if there was a lot of grant opportunities, if there's money out there to build the lab originally, and basically what we got back from the Denver crime lab director, who's part of the Smith Group doing our consultation, was that there's not a lot of money in building the lab. Right. Once it's built, once it's up to ISO standards, once it's federally certified, there is a lot of money out there, and there's a lot of money out there to look at trying to do new things.
I think that's what Robert, we heard, 2 years ago when we were back in Washington?
Back in
2 years ago.
Right.
In this conversation. That was what we heard was, if you build it, we'll give you money to support it, but you got to build it.
Correct. That's certainly what we're getting back from the folks that we're checking with.
Okay. I obviously like the efficiency associated with combining the crime lab with the coroner's operation. My concern would be, as needed as the crime lab might be for better delivery of justice, based on what I saw, that coroner facility, that's essential. I mean, you can't have people going to work in a facility like that. And so, while I like the efficiency, does the efficiency go away if the crime lab is not on an identical track to the coroner, or if we have some level of understanding at some point in design, then all appropriate HVAC systems, other systems can be appropriately sized and included in design to meet the to meet the coroner's need, to bring them online
I'm gonna
earlier. Yeah.
I'm going to defer to Steve on
Yeah.
that one.
Okay. Hi, Steve Newsom, Deputy Director of Capital Improvements. To answer your question, there's a few factors I think that would play into it. The sooner the better something's built, we're going to avoid more escalation.
Right.
The efficiencies that could be had with these two functions built together obviously would be the construction efficiencies of shared roof, shared walls, foundation, utilities, et cetera, versus a phased scenario. In the Smith Group's study, they did give an estimation of what the savings could be. I don't know how reliable that is, because as time changes in escalation, how the facility is built, whether there's a coroner on the first floor and crime lab above, or they're next to each other, all those things play into the costs and then the potential savings. So, to not answer your question, is that
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, well, $4 million is significant if we're talking about an overall project cost of $65 million. Your 8% of your project cost is that. So, I think that's all I've got for now. Thank you.
Supervisor Duran was next, and then I'll get to you.
Yeah, for me, Crime Lab, knowing our situation, it's just the cost of doing business, really, and doing good business. And, we know that we can't rely on the feds, and we can't rely on even the state and other labs just down the street to do the work for us. So, the sooner the better, I think, but we really need to drill down. And this is kind of it's kind of a weird situation, because the savings are kind of counterintuitive, because the savings are not financial. And I think you hit it on the head, Scott, is that it's peace of mind. It's being able to get someone into and out of the system and into wherever they're going to go, whether they're eliminated or whether they're in jail, like right now. So there is that piece, the peace of mind piece, but then there's the actual cost piece. And so much of our criminal justice policy master plan is conditioned on this crime lab being the centerpiece of the savings for the next 30, 40 years. So even though we may not be able to identify grant funds right at the right this second, there's going to be savings throughout the system, and that's really what we need to capture to be able to give everybody some peace of mind that this really is an important piece of the puzzle. Because if we don't have this piece, then pretty much all of the rest of the assumptions that we've made and the planning that we've made for the criminal justice master plan just crush under their own weight. So I think what we need to do is we need to have some data from the probation. We need to have some data from the DA. We also need to have some data from the courts as to what the actual savings are going to be moving forward. I think that's really the key. Now, for me, it's not, we don't need to delay a project to get this information. In my opinion, this is just the cost of doing business. It's like you're giving our officers guns. I mean, you just now we're at that point where we have to do this. So, but there is a concern about operational costs. I mean, that's a concern. I know that there are different models, and that's really why I rose that concern, because if we're going to be doing something like this, we always need to take a look at how best we're using the dollars. Control of it, that's all going to be worked out, through however, whatever the national standards are with regards to how it's operated. So this really is, if you look at it from the standpoint of being, compared to other projects, it is kind of almost turnkey if you look at it. There's not a whole lot of thought process that goes into it, other than the fact of right sizing the facility,
right,
and making sure that it comes online at a point in time where we can really use the asset. And that's really what my point I wanted to make too, is that this is an asset that's going to be used, for the next 30, 40 years. And because we've already done all of this work, we're at the forefront of whatever is going to happen throughout the state and the feds similar to what we were with the South Placer Correctional Facility.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've been very lucky in the time in history when things have changed, and we've always seemed to land on our feet. So you know, I think this is a worthy project, and because it is so important to what we've committed to over, you know, the next 30 years, that you know, I would like to see this move forward as expeditiously as possible. So,
Supervisor Weigand?
So, yeah, love the innovative idea and the entrepreneurialism, but I think similarly, actually, to Jack and Kirk, if I'm hearing them correctly, I can give you some Robert speak of my perspective. You know, I need a lot more stuff. You know, one of the things that I'll need, we need to have a conversation about the governance of this facility. We've talked about that a little bit, and I have complete confidence and respect for your ethics and integrity. But you know, after we all leave, there are going to be other people behind us, and that's a big concern to me. But so I might just, as an example, we're talking $500,000-$600,000 a year now is what it's costing us for this service. Is that about right?
I think we've averaged about $300,000 with the state. Before that, we were paying closer to $600,000 with the private vendor.
So let's just say it's $500,000 for the sake of argument.
Yeah.
So a finance guy thinking stepping that up to $3 million a year, if there wasn't any offset to that, you know, public protection, there's nothing of a higher priority, but frankly, we could probably spend the whole county budget on public protection and still have some problems. So the question is, you know, the return on investment, as has been mentioned. So one, I'd like to get back together with you and then our county exec staff too, to follow up on some things. But I'm thinking in the context of things like, I don't know what the geographic region for this market service would be, but if Nevada County, El Dorado County, whomever we could find for potential markets, and even if it was just potential offset savings, and I knew you were working on it, it gets me a lot closer to being within reach. I also would actually like some numbers. I think you all want to, I think I'm hearing all of us want to go forward with further evaluation. I'm not quite where we need to be today, but so I'd actually like some numbers as to some cost savings that might occur with a coroner's facility if we constructed this as a facility. So even just some cursory numbers on it to give me again, you know, what those net numbers are.
Certainly.
So, you know, it's just by way of saying, I see the need. You know, again, the question is, where does the return on investment come from? I hear what you're saying. I frankly need quite a bit more data at this particular point in time. Mapping onto Kirk's comment, what we essentially heard back in DC, I think pretty consistently, was there really is no money to speak of to build this thing of any consequence. We're going to have to do that. If we build it and it meets the appropriate standards, there will be these offsets, but they're very unpredictable. There'll be more operational. Some rewards for doing innovative things also would be the kind of thing we should target. So bringing that into the strategy and having some kind of quantitative measure of it. So those are kinds of things I need.
That fits with what we've been hearing from other labs, certainly as well. So.
Good. Well, that's where I am.
Thanks. Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Chair Montgomery. Yeah, there's no doubt that the crime lab is necessary, but there's a lot of unanswered questions and more information that we need before we move forward. But moving to the coroner's facility, we have to move forward. That building's about ready to fall down around them. So if I have to make that choice today, I'm going to go with the coroner's facility, knowing that your project is very important to county and, you know, for the region as well. But we need to have more information to come back and make a firm commitment to that.
Kirk, did you have something else?
Yeah, just in follow-up, Robert raised the governance issue. I'm actually more interested in what we've looked at, or we are assuming from an operational cost. The staff report is showing a $3 million ongoing operational cost and 17 new specialized staff estimated to support the program. We are the happy beneficiaries of a number of very good health systems here in our county, in our region, have we looked at privatizing these services, not hiring these folks as county staff, but simply identifying the services to be provided, putting it out to Kaiser or Sutter and all the rest, and say, we want to contract with you guys to provide the services in here?
We have. The problem is when you privatize a service, you're not entitled to the databases like CODIS. You wouldn't be.
Really?
Yes, correct.
None of them?
You can't upload profiles to CODIS if you're private. The other scenario is going to come with the ISO.
Explain Edward Snowden to me. How did that happen? I mean, he was a private contractor. I mean, our national security database is less important than this.
The DNA profiles, to upload them, you have to be a part of some sort of entity. Private labs don't upload to CODIS.
Well, then maybe we can look at what threshold you have to meet for an individual who's doing the function that's necessary to gain access to that. But certainly people analyzing blood and things like that might not have to fall under that same kind of level of, that's just crazy to me.
The
rules.
Yeah, the ISO standards are the other things to deal with respect to that. If we go with a private vendor, currently I don't know of any, and our consultant doesn't know of any private vendors that do all of the services that we want to do with the current lab. You'd have to be certified and ISO certified for all of those different areas, which takes months to years to fully get up to speed with all of those different services. And if we ever wanted to change our private subcontractor to do that, you'd have to literally start from scratch and go over and re-certify the next person for all of those individuals. And when you certify for that sort of thing, you certify for each individual drug. So you'd have to have an individual certification for processing methamphetamine, and an individual certification for processing marijuana, and an individual certification for processing heroin.
So when are you telling me then that
We would as well.
if the crime lab is certified, then anybody who is hired is automatically covered by that certification, as opposed to in the private sector where the certification rides with an individual? If I own a private lab that meets these different certification levels, does that certification ride with an individual, or does it ride with the lab?
If it's under the government rubric, you'd have a management system with policies and procedures put in place, and individuals that leave or go back into the system are still operating under those policies, procedures that are under the scenario and the government entity that has been certified, and you need to constantly be recertified during periods of time. They do audits to check your compliance with the ISO standards. If an entirely different entity moves in, a new private contractor moves in to operate your lab, you're going to have completely different everything. It's going to be a new contractor. New director, new assistant director, new quality assurance manager, new everything.
There are not today examples of labs being run privately that meet these certifications?
Not in California that we
I
can find.
don't think so. And in California, we've got 16 county labs and 7 city labs, and none of those are operated privately, and only one is a JPA, and that's the Los Angeles County, Los Angeles City one, which is a JPA simply with the government entities and
Maybe I
university.
asked the question wrong. I understand that none of the existing city and county labs might be privately run. I'm asking, are there privately run labs that have met these certifications?
ISO standards, I don't believe so.
I don't know the answer to that question, but I don't believe so either. And I don't think that they can be Ask Lab certified. I think that it has to be a government agency.
Okay. Thank you.
I would suggest that Kirk has raised a number of very good questions that I would like to follow up on and make sure we have answers to those. I believe private labs can be Ask certified. So I think we should follow up on that and just verify some of that. I don't see any other lights from my fellow supervisors. I share, as you know, because we had a conversation about this, some of these same concerns around costs and savings and identifying who our partners are. I will tell you my biggest concern, and I express this to you, is us taking this on as a jurisdictional entity and the liability that comes with that we don't have by contracting out to somebody else at this point in time. The liability, frankly, is on the DOJ at this point. And so I think part of the analysis that we all need to consider is are we willing to just sort of take those additional responsibilities and potential impacts to the county should something terrible happen at a lab that we own? I think some of the other things, Scott, that you and I touched on as well is have the cities. For some reason, we have some lost in the mists of time agreement that cities don't pay us for.
We're in the process of studying that and comparing it with other jurisdictions. The city-county cost issue.
Right, because I would like to really identify who are all those potential partners out there who could be helping us with these ongoing costs if this is something that we do decide to move forward with. And so I would just say that my thoughts are very similar to the rest of the board. But I'm also a little bit more hung up, I can tell, on just the implications of us taking on a new responsibility that frankly could have some significant liability that we don't have right now. And, you know, maybe as a self-insuring county, we can just look at that and go, it's not a problem. So that's part of the conversation that I would be interested in exploring further as well. Any other questions on this one? Okay, I see none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not for Scott. Actually, it's more procedurally. We're having fairly in-depth conversations about each one of these things individually. We've not at any point opened it up to the public to comment on any of these. Are you going to wait till after?
I'm gonna wait till after and
All
open
right,
it up to the public. Yes.
All right.
All right. Who's up next? That would be Elections Warehouse and Training Facility.
I know who's up next. And fantastic. Let me move this along. Wait a sec. Oh, look at that. He did have a PowerPoint.
He did have
presentation.
slides.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm your plucky comic relief after all of that. Ryan Ronco, Clerk Recorder Registrar. And with me is Lisa Kramer, our Assistant County Clerk. Steve and I, our IT Supervisor, and Hader Garcia, our Elections Manager. Excuse me. I am fighting something that has held on for about a month now. I apologize. I should be able to make it through, I promise. We're excited to be included in these 5 projects that have been deemed to be most ready for implementation. Our project, as you recall, is our need to replace our existing cluster of warehouse spaces with a clean and modernized election warehouse and training facility, ideally one that would better protect our historical documents, our current equipment, and that could be adequately adapted to our needs in the future. Our existing warehouse space has evolved from one dedicated building in the DeWitt Center to now occupying parts of either part or all of 3 buildings between C and D avenues on the campus, plus some rented space at a storage facility across the street from our main office, and at various corners and hallways and our lobby of our current facility. We store millions of dollars of sensitive and aging voting equipment, along with all the supplies to carry out an election. In addition, we have recorded maps and historical records under our care. In 2014, my predecessor, Jim McCauley, began in earnest the process of looking for a new warehouse. We toured many existing sites and were unable to find any suitable options. In early 2015, your board approved us to move forward with a solicitation for a satellite warehouse and training facility, which produced one responsive bidder. That developed into option A. Whoops, I didn't know that slide was there. Sorry about that. In your packet, to construct a new warehouse, training facility, and map viewing room at Loxley Lane in Auburn. Through the efforts of Ken Grem and his Department of Public Works and Facilities staff and the work of the responsive bidder, we are very far along in the path to making option A a reality. This would be a brand new, state-of-the-art, 40,000 square foot facility, a new tangible asset for the county, which would not only meet the storage needs of the Clerk Recorder Elections Office, but since we would only need 25,000 of the 40,000 square feet, it would contain 15,000 square feet of space that could be used to meet the needs of one or more county offices as well. It would be large enough to allow room for growth. Just as importantly, the way we vote is undergoing a time of change at the state and federal levels, and we believe this space has the flexibility to roll with those changes. This would not just be a warehouse. This would also be a training facility that could seat up to 100 individuals, providing a one-stop shop for training our poll workers and handing off their polling place supplies from a central location. Right now, the training of our roughly 1,400 poll workers is done off-site in a rented facility. When not being used to train our poll workers, the space could be used by other county offices for training, seminars, or community meetings. This facility would also have a viewing room where we could consolidate our recorded maps and many of our historical documents for public perusal in a comfortable and secure setting. And because there is a direct nexus between the modernization of the Recorder's Office processes and this new facility, Recorder's Trust Funds would be available to help pay for a small part of the construction and ongoing maintenance. Now, very recently, the county has identified a property on the DeWitt campus as a potential warehouse facility for the elections office, and this appears in your packet as option B. With budget season and the busy schedules, we haven't had time to fully discuss this option with the DPWF department. Obviously, we're thrilled to have a fallback option for your board to consider, rather than option B being for us to get no warehouse whatsoever. But please be aware that there are limitations with this option. Option B is much smaller than option A. In fact, at 13,000 square feet, it's over 500 square feet smaller than the existing square footage we're using now. Because this facility has a slab-on-grade floor and is much taller than our existing warehouses, the thought is we can go vertical to increase our storage capacity. However, it will not be a 50-year option for projected county growth. It may not even be a 20-year option for projected county growth. Plus, it provides no additional square footage for any other county offices like option A provides. Additionally, this building is not ready for immediate occupancy. It needs significant renovation work. It would make no sense for us to move from several 70-year-old, dusty, non-climate controlled buildings into one 70-year-old, dusty, non-climate controlled building. We would need for this building to be a facility that can protect our expensive and sensitive voting equipment, both today's equipment and whatever the state throws or the feds throw at us down the road. And that will take an effort approaching extreme makeover warehouse edition proportions, we believe. As an existing structure with a long, narrow footprint, we can make it work with the way we assemble and stage our election equipment today. However, this structure is not as flexible or adaptive to change as the traditional warehouse that we're looking at in option A. With its rectangular build and open architecture. Depending on what is required by the state and feds with regard to future voting systems, we may be limited with this facility. Furthermore, due to its limited space and limited parking, option B likely eliminates the possibility of creating a training facility or viewing room for our recorded maps and historical documents. With those options taken away, the link for the use of the Recorder's Trust Funds is also removed. With that, that's the end of my prepared remarks, and I am ready to answer any questions.
Any questions on this one? No surprise, Supervisor Euler.
The $2.6 million that is estimated for the rehabilitation costs for this building, is that what is necessary to take it from a 70-year-old dusty, non-climate controlled warehouse to something that is still 70 years old, but hopefully is a little cleaner and is climate controlled? Is that what we're looking at there?
I'll defer to either Dave or Steve on that one, but yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. In other words, how did we spec out what it is we'd have to do to that in order to meet whatever this aforementioned federal or state requirement is for storage of our stuff?
Right. The estimate of about $2.6 million includes total electrical, mechanical, lighting, insulation, finishes, window rehabilitation, pretty much as Ryan said, an extreme makeover to that facility. Structurally, it's in excellent shape. It's a concrete foundation, slab on grade, heavy timber, and brick structure. So it's very sound. So the bones are good, but a lot of the systems would be replaced, and the finishes and whatnot. So essentially it would be a newer facility. And this one was recommended, this particular building, because of its construction. It's not like some of the other wards of the hospital that are raised wood floor foundations. It's a heavier construction, but also it's a much taller space, so there's the ability to have loft space or other more vertical storage systems, depending on what is stored.
All right. So back to Mr. Ronco. Thank you.
Yes.
Though not ideal, is it adequate to meet the needs of your department, especially if we have the ability to go vertical with this stuff?
We suspect it could be. We need to really look at this more because, like we said, it's a fairly new proposal. Obviously, it doesn't give us what we were expecting in option A, with lots of room or an ability to breathe. With 13,000 square feet compared to the 13,580 we're using now, we have to conceptualize a little bit more than I'm prepared to be able to give you a complete answer. But in theory, yes, if we have the ability to do a vertical, the weight can be maintained. We're probably, it's a fairly narrow facility, so I don't know about getting a forklift in there when you go vertical. So we'd have to talk about exactly how we would be able to do that. But assuming that we could go that way, we could probably use the space. Obviously, our desire would be much more in line with something that also provides us with some room to grow as well.
Right. And I'm sure you were watching. Our board got a fairly lengthy presentation this morning on the future of the DeWitt Center. Some very exciting opportunities, and that's always been my concern about the Loxley Lane is, do we really want to build one more off-site facility when our focus has been on maximizing the space that we already own and that's available to us? You mentioned the training and all the rest, which of course is space that we do need. I think we have a vision to meet that need in the DeWitt master plan here, on our existing campus. And so, while your passion is clearly for option A, my inclination it would be that hopefully you'd be able to sit down with Ken and see what you guys can do to have option B meet your needs.
I'm glad that I was clear and that my passion is for option A. Thank you.
You were convincing in the sale. I don't know that you closed it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
You may have already answered this, Ryan, but the difference in operational cost of $328 versus $51,000, does that a little bit troubled also by the proximity to Loxley Lane? Have you thought through that yet as it relates to the difference in those numbers? Or
well, yes and no. Honestly, we've relied on facilities to be able to provide us the numbers that they believe is going to be the cost of maintaining the Loxley Lane facility. It is, being an off-site facility, I'm sure that the costs are going to be greater. We have this new building that, in theory, should be, or this option B, I should say, that would be a cheaper facility to maintain. We're blessed right now with a facility that is, relatively speaking, much cheaper for us to be able to maintain because it is artificially low. Our main warehouse facility is kind of grandfathered in as part of our operations, so we don't rent that facility as we do many of the other spaces here on the at DeWitt. So the costs by expanding outward are going to be a little bit more inflated than what we would have normally seen for some of these other proposals that are before you.
Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, there's a building next door. Is that being used?
The building to the north of the one that's being pointed to?
Yeah. Do they have any? That's part of procurement?
And our maintenance facility too.
Okay.
And
Above the building that Arrow was pointing out.
Okay.
All of them are actually.
And they're not going to be moving anytime soon?
Steve, yeah.
This is the 300 series row of buildings, and as you saw in the master plan this morning, they're all planned to be kept as part of our corporate yard. So right now, all of them are occupied. Different departments are in them. The homeless shelter also is in one of the wings as well. So yes, they are. The building that we're talking about now, which is called 301, that one is primarily storage of a myriad of things.
Stuff.
Right now, right, stuff. And so it's the most likely and available candidate, right. And it also has a higher ceiling space too. So it's the one that, although the footprint is not as large as desired, with some efficiency and vertical systems.
When you say going up, are you talking about putting another floor in, or?
Mezzanine is possible. Part of it already has a mezzanine in it, and it is tall enough that you could do that. Or depending on, it could be a combination of things. It could be vertical storage systems that, like with a forklift or other type of access means, we could use that in conjunction with a mezzanine too.
Because it looks like there's a nice little piece of space running parallel to the street right there. I don't know what the setback is, but I know we control that. But anyway, just a thought. I mean, I was thinking that if there wasn't going to be a use for the building next door, that, you take both of them and do what you're going to do. So, or go up one more story.
Sure.
So,
right.
In addition to the one that you could go up, that may be, and that would keep it on the site, keep you close to where we are. So.
Right. Sure.
And Steve, don't go anywhere, because I have questions that I think you're probably better suited
Thank
to
you.
answer than Ryan. The 2.6 that we're talking about for option B, does that include all these improvements? So additional mezzanines, potentially paying for, super heavy duty racks, if we're talking about going up in that.
Correct.
way.
There's an allowance for that, and as Ryan had stated, we haven't gotten into a tremendous amount of detail of what exactly that would include. So right now, it's just covered as an allowance.
Okay. And then Ryan expressed a concern, which I certainly understand, about timing on this, and that, this would take, some unknown amount of time. Do we have any idea sort of what the difference would be for the new construction up on Loxley versus, I forget what you called it, I don't have TV, I'm sorry, but whatever remodel you have?
Sure.
Sorry.
The construction phase of a new building at Loxley would probably be on the order of many months longer than this. The construction at this facility here, we could probably do in a 6 to 8 months, something like that. And a new building is probably going to be a little closer to a year, is my guess at this point. Documentation on either is probably going to be similar. Drawings, specs, and getting permits and that sort of thing. They'd probably be somewhat similar.
What would the environmental documentation process look like between the two? Or is that where the time really comes into the conversation? And Ken's leaping up behind
Sure.
you. So.
Well, this facility would not be changing its function, really. It is a warehouse.
Yeah.
It would remain a warehouse. So I think as far as a CEQA path that we would go down would be, pretty minimal.
Okay. Ken, did you have something to add to that? Yeah.
Ken Grimm again with the Public Works and Facilities, and since I was working with the Clerk Recorder's Office on the Loxley building, I probably have a little bit more background on that one. So here, it is an existing use, an existing building. You're changing the use. As far as use permit, much simpler. As far as about anything, it's a lot simpler. Even the environmental review, because it's an existing building, much like the shelter, we used an existing building, made it much simpler. Loxley has a little bit more work, but the group was very far along. We were very far along in negotiating an agreement. But I still think you're talking in terms of upwards of a year to go through a process to environmentally clear it and get whatever land entitlements that you might need. I must say, it's been a long time since we had those discussions. I can't even say that those people who are willing to put up the capital, actually construct that project, are still interested in that. That was quite a while ago. They are under no obligation anymore. I do think it's important for your board to know too, in the master plan you saw this morning, we do have a site kind of across from the new animal control center that we have proposed in the future, longer term, for a new warehouse space, not just for clerk recorder, for all county needs there at that site. So it is in our master plan. So even as I look at this idea of using this option B, if we were to go there, I don't believe that's the forever solution. That would probably buy 10, maybe even 20 years out there before this next facility could be built, which is across from, again, from the animal shelter.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this one? Ryan, did you have anything to?
No, but thank you very much, and thank you, Ken and Steve, for jumping in.
Right, thank you. Okay, we will move then next to jail planning.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Bosch, Mr. Carden. Mark Jackman of the Placer County Sheriff's Office. Going to discuss jail planning with you. I've been talking a lot about jail beds, jail facilities. First piece of this, we'd like to, you see there's three items. Want to go back and remind the board what we did with SB 863, followed on with SB 844, and then the new request today that you've heard about in theory, but we haven't actually given you dollars before. So as a reminder, back in November of 2015, we submitted for $40 million from BSCC. We received the partial award of $9.5 million. With that, we got a board county match of $950,000. That money is in the fiscal year 16-17 budget for the construction of a 45-bed mental health facility down South Placer. We came back then with SB 844 just last February, requested to put in an application for $30 million. We'll find out hopefully in the next couple of months here if we do get that award. If we get that, as a reminder again, that requires a 10% county match of $3 million. With that funding, we would look to construct a 120-bed facility down in South Placer. And this is where we get to the magical from 912 jail beds that we've always talked about down to 836. Today we're going to talk about the final piece of this, which is the retrofitting of Housing Unit 3 here in Auburn. So with the retrofit of Housing Unit 3, we'd take the current facility, retrofit it down to 4 different pods with 40 beds each. You can see one would be intake, one would be for male inmates with classroom space, third would be minimum security for female inmates, and a fourth would be programming for female inmates with classroom space. This would give us 160 beds in Housing Unit 3 and would take us from 912 beds down to 836 in the county, which is where we would stay going through SB 863 with a 45 beds facility, and then again 844 with the 120-bed facility. We would close down a commensurate number of beds in Auburn and transition them down to South Placer. So today's request is for this final piece of $3.3 million, which is the total retrofit for Housing Unit 3 in Auburn. So it's pretty simple. You've heard most of it before, except today's piece of the final $3.3 million. And if you have any questions about the entire plan, I'm happy to answer them for you.
So that's the first piece of what you're proposing, which is Unit 3 retrofit. Did you want to go through the medium security housing request and then the acute mental health housing request as well?
Well, right. That was going back to the first slide. 863 is what we did with SB 863 is what we did with the $9.5 million, and that's in the 16-17 budget for the 45-bed facility.
Flew through those so quickly I didn't realize that all 3 had been presented. All right.
Sorry.
Wow.
You want to give us status on that, just so that the board understands how each of these phases potentially
Sure. So
with one
the
another?
status on 863, we've been awarded the $9.5 million. We've done the county match of $950,000. It's currently in the 16-17 budget. We've done the reconstructed plan for the 45-bed facility. Where we're at in the process, Rob might be able to speak to that, where they're at in the actual planning of it. But that funding has been received, and we are moving forward with a 45-bed facility.
Yeah.
Rob Unholz with Capital Improvements. On the April 4th agenda, your board will have an item in front of you to approve a contract with Banner Construction Management to provide the design criteria for BSCC and assist us putting the design build documents together, finishing the real estate due diligence, and we're pretty much on track with BSCC and moving right along the schedule. So.
Does that mean construction this year?
No.
So construction.
No, construction will be in 17, 18.
So I'm just trying to square that with this phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 approach. Can you explain what we're talking about when we're talking about
This is the
phases?
acute mental health unit. SB 844 is 120 medium security beds and vocational training facility. That's the additional 30 million. So that's in the application process. I think we should know June how we come out on that. And if everything works right, we'll be able to meld the two projects together. We'll be able to create some efficiencies. You know, that's really what we're pushing to.
So just to be clear, phase 1 goes forward if we say yes, irrespective of that additional 30.
Correct.
Phase 2 is reliant upon receiving that 30 million.
If we're approved for that 30 million.
And phase 3 is completely separate from these two projects.
Correct.
Or I should say, housing unit 3. Sorry. Okay.
Maybe I can clarify, but just clarity on it. They are.
It's been a long day.
Yeah,
I
it has
apologize.
been a long day. 3 separate distinct construction projects. We've referred to them as 3 phases because this is part of a comprehensive plan that was developed with our consultants and their recommendations based on the types of correctional beds we needed to be well positioned to implement AB 109. So it has had 3 distinct steps, but 1 comprehensive plan for corrections.
So phases 1 and 2, the mental health housing unit, and then the medium security housing unit at Santucci.
Yes.
The 3rd phase, not really a phase because it's a fully separate project in Auburn.
Correct.
Okay. Sorry. Been a long day and just trying to make sure that it's as crystal clear or not for everyone as it is for me. Appreciate
And I do apologize for firing through them. It was meant to be kind of a reminder, but I guess you have had a long day, so I do apologize.
We have indeed.
Yes, 3 distinct separate projects, 1 overall plan. So the 3rd piece is the one you have not seen numbers on before, and this is the retrofit of the housing unit 3 in Auburn.
Okay.
I apologize.
Thank you. Any questions, Supervisor Holmes?
So the retrofit in Auburn is contingent on the 120 beds in South Placer?
Absolutely not. And I want to be perfectly clear on this. We couch this as 3 phases of an overall jail facility plan. They are 3 separate projects. If we don't get the $30 million, we are not constructing the 120 beds. But if we get this $3.3 million, we most certainly are retrofitting housing unit 3. So they all tie together to get us the 836 beds, but they are completely separate. The 863 money, mental health facility, 45 bed, moving forward, already have the money. 120 bed facility, waiting to hear if we get the money. And like I said, if we don't get the money, we don't build the beds.
Thank you. I think
Absolutely.
maybe a flow chart next time. I'm not quite sure. All right. Any other questions, Supervisor Holmes?
So the retrofit of the Auburn jail, how long would it take to put that into place?
Rob? No, I think that's much quicker. I would assume much quicker. The plans are done, the designs are done,
that's
waiting on the funding. We have the CP1 done. I'm not a facilities guy.
Preliminary
So.
designs are done. It'll need to go through construction documents, bidding, and construction. So we're probably looking at, we got the go-ahead today, probably 18 months.
All right, good. Thanks, Rob.
All right. I see no other lights from the board, so I think at least temporarily you're off the hook. So
Fantastic.
if there's
Thank
anything
you.
else you wanted to add?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to, before I bring this back to the board, I'm going to open this up to the public for any comments, questions, concerns, input on any of the projects that you've heard presented here today. Is there anyone who would like to address any of these projects in any way, shape, or form? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Well, first, I will ask the empty chairs in Tahoe. I see no one in Tahoe wants to comment on this either. I'll bring it back to the board. What are our thoughts around this? I think we've provided direction on the 5-year capital improvement plan. We reviewed our debt management policy. I think we provided direction on the projects A through E3.
I'd like to ask a couple quick questions. And
Please do.
provide a little more. Not having memorized the layout of the proposed DeWitt master plan, the HHS location where this building would go, what is its condition today? Are there
Empty lots.
buildings there today? Is it vacant ground there today? Do we have utilities to the site? If we say go on HHS, how long until we're moving dirt?
Sure. First off, it's proposed to be across from the Auburn Justice Center.
Okay.
There's a parking lot, I think sometimes
The
they
old
have the
planning
farmer's
commission?
market, so there's a little of that. There's some.
The old planning commission?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's some blank area, but it also goes towards the south, so across
Right.
from the road to the south.
So we got utilities. We got utilities. Everything's.
Although there's going to be probably some need for some upgrades to the facilities. A lot of that water, sewer, and everything else is also 50 to 75 years old. It would not surprise me, although we have to still go through those assessments, that there may have to be some upgrades to the water and sewer.
Were those off-site costs included in the estimate for the buildings?
There is an allowance for those costs. If they become extraordinary, then we'll have to talk, but there is an allowance, I believe, for those costs.
Okay.
Rob's saying no, or are you saying yes?
In the 75 million?
On the newer number?
Oh, we don't.
That's assuming that service to the
So
site.
you've got a fully improved site, is what that assumes. No off-site improvements.
Right up to curb, you know.
Okay. How long is it going to take us to get our arms around off-site improvements in order to serve sewer flows and water and all the rest of it?
Fairly quick.
Okay.
I believe that is part of our government center master plan contract. That is the next phase of work that is left to be done before we go into the environmental review process.
Okay. So best case scenario, if the board today said, we want a new HHS building in Auburn, best case scenario, how soon could you be spending money on building it?
On actual buildings. So the first, we would be going into environmental review and doing our criteria document, which could roughly be parallel. That's probably 12 to 18 months, particularly the EIR may have some, it's a bigger EIR than just the building.
Right.
From there, we're pretty much.
Let me interrupt, just ask a question on that. Since I think you heard direction from the board today to proceed with, let's get some of the environmental work done on the DeWitt master plan, let's get some of the land use specifics associated with what market values would bring on different pieces. Let's go forward, I think is what you heard today.
That is what I heard today.
Okay. When we take it to the specificity associated with actually putting a new building on, are we talking an additional level of complexity in the EIR, or is the EIR that's being done already to a project level that assumes the dirt disturbance?
There is definitely some level that is already included in there.
Okay.
There may be some additional depending on the exact projects that we move forward, because I think I also heard perhaps a workforce housing or affordable housing element in there too. We're going to have to come back to your board
Sure.
to define that.
And I get that. What I'm trying to figure out is, again, if the board today said, let's go with an HHS building, it doesn't sound like, given where we're planning on putting it, where an existing graded, previously disturbed and occupied site that does have utilities to it, we're not talking about a significant increase in environmental review.
I agree with that.
Okay.
But there is some level, but it's not significant. Okay. I do need to make sure it's clear. We were talking about that graded space. There are a couple of barrack wings that I believe are on that south side or the west side of the extension of County Center Drive that are part of the HHS complex. There's 2 or 3 wings there that would be impacted by the project, and we'd have to arrange
They'd
for
be impacted
some.
by the D8 that we bring in. That's what would impact them.
There-
That's.
So I just want to make sure it's clear, there is some impact to a couple of the existing barracks that are there too. I do not believe it would be a significant increase of time or money, but it would be an increase. I do believe that that process is probably around 18 months because there will be some issues that have to be worked out.
Okay.
And I think it's important to note, see, 18 months. Oh, that the criteria document, though, for an HHS building could be going on concurrently or roughly concurrently, so that when we get to the end of that,
Okay.
we're ready to go and get a design build contractor, whatever method we plan on.
So the heavy spend doesn't kick in for 18 to 24 months anyway?
Absolutely.
Okay. So assuming we said, let's go forward with this today, from a budget implication standpoint and a capital expenditure standpoint, that doesn't really ramp for 24 months?
You are correct.
Okay. All right, good. Moving on then to the coroner's facility, same kinds of questions on the coroner's facility. What are we looking at from a timing standpoint?
I'm going to have Steve come back up here because I'm not as.
I'm going to have that same question on all of these.
We'll have the right people.
I'm really looking at when do we really start hitting our spending ramp?
Right. The coroner facility, we currently have a contract with the Smith Group, which will go on for several more months, a few more months. That is refining the programming of it and the crime lab based on additional development in Placer County. So once that's done, then we would roll into similar kind of time frame of developing criteria documents and then going into a design build contract. So it's possible that that project could start to break ground in a 18-month or longer period as well.
Okay.
And if I could, that study would be the basis by which we could learn better the common cost savings that might occur with the crime lab?
Yes. Yes, I'm going to, as soon as I get back, I'm going to begin working on the requests that you had made. What I anticipate the study will, I think it'll have some subtle changes to the program. I don't see that we're going to have a tremendous change in the program for either of those facilities based on what they're going to be looking at.
Okay. And then let's just continue to move on down the list if we can. So the crime lab itself, if the board today said this is something we'd like to see in Placer County, when do we get from planning to implementation? When does that spending ramp really hit?
Pretty much the same timeline,
okay.
I would say.
So we're not looking at, with the exception perhaps of Mr. Ronco's warehouse, we're not looking at anything where we'd be spending money anytime real soon. Money that we're not already planning on spending, essentially, in some form of planning phase, money that would, if we spent it and then decided to pause, would not be wasted because the planning documents themselves would have addressed and unless we have some significant CEQA change or something, we have our planning documents done, and now as soon as we want to spend the money,
I would agree with that.
We're ready to go.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing is there's no downside today to the board saying should there's be 3 votes ultimately to spend the money to construct all 5 of these projects. There's really no expenditure that we're going to incur in this that we don't already have programmed at some form or another, that we're not already anticipating or spending in some form or another, and we have a couple of off-ramps in the future to take if we hit the point where we say crime lab's not going to pencil, or HHS, we just don't want to provide that service anymore. You know what?
Right. That's right.
Decide rather business.
There will be at least 2, if not 3, off ramps.
Okay.
The only money that may be spent that would not be recuperated would be if a project did not ever go forward.
Right. Of course, some cost gone. Okay. With that, Madam Chair, in the interest of providing direction, I'm fine with moving all 5 projects forward at this point. I think they have demonstrated the need, and I think they create some very exciting opportunities for us in improving our service delivery. And Ken, you're about to hit your button and tell me why I'm wrong.
No, absolutely not. I just, as a clarification,
yes.
I think there were 2 options on the elections warehouse.
I don't like the Loxley Lane option.
All right, so you're talking B.
I am talking option B. I'm sorry, Mr. Ronco. Like I said, you were a passionate advocate. But if this were Shark Tank, I'm out. Since you used the home improvement one, I think it's the Shark Tank one. So whatever that. resembled by way of any kind of emotion.
All of that stuff moving forward. I agree. I think these things are all teed up, and that whatever we do moving forward, if one or more happens to fall off, I don't think we lose anything. I don't think there's a downside here.
And under discussion, I would suggest that since we did mention that there were a number of off-ramps here, some of them I think very specific to financing, I have, and I believe my board has a full expectation that we will be seeing some very specific detail around potential financing opportunities, so that we can actually make an informed decision, not just go, we love these ideas and someday we'll have money, which is not a good way to run a county.
No, I think what I was intending was essentially to put item 3 kind of to bed with at least, if there's concurrence of 3 board members to say, let's proceed with all 5, and then item 4, having provided, at least in my opinion, direction that I'm open to whatever. I'm willing to evaluate whatever. I'm willing to evaluate debt financing and all the rest. And we look forward to having that conversation in the future as these numbers start to firm up. Because obviously a lot of it goes back to the questions I was just asking in terms of the timeline for these various projects and when we anticipate hitting those different thresholds for spending.
So just so we're clear, we're actually talking about 7 different projects here because there were 3 under the jail facilities.
Fair enough.
Let's just make sure that we're clear on what we're talking about.
But what I think I heard was that the jail folks are really only looking at $3 million additionally right now.
3.3. Yeah, we already approved the other contingent on those contingencies.
So that's $3 million. So
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion on that? Supervisor Holmes?
No, does Robert's light is on.
Robert's light is on.
Why did I turn it on?
you interrupted me to ask you a question.
I would only say that, as already talked about, I want to do, for me, more work on the crime lab. That would be the one where the jail seems to be on its own course with its phases that are not phases. I just would add that I think it's actually unconscionable that we don't actually build the HHS and the corner facility as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Add that, and I guess that's why I turned on my light. I can't remember.
Okay. Supervisor Holmes.
So I'm just want to know how soon we can come back with all these numbers so we can make a decision about where we're going.
Very good question. So I think moving all 5 forward, to me, that probably starts to constitute the 5-year CIP in a lot of ways. I'm not sure how much more room there will be. We'll go back and obviously do that math for you. In just some brief conversations we've had with the Finance Committee, we think that it's probably at least 60 to 90 days to pull together a full financing plan. So if I can talk in seasons, I would say we'll be back early summer.
It just being spring, so, okay.
Don't rush it. You got to make it right.
It would be nice. So one of the things we'd really like to do with the capital improvement plan moving forward is to make sure that we build a strong process that's linked to the budget. So the best capital planning processes I've seen have at least 2 checkpoints with the board on a fiscal year basis. So one mid-year, one during either recommended or final budget, or even both, to where you are given an opportunity to course correct, add projects, delete projects, move projects forward or back, depending on need and funding. Right. So we definitely want the process over time to be synced to the budget. Whether we can sync that to this year's budget, we're certainly going to try. It's really just a matter of what kind of work we can squeeze out of folks.
And again, if I heard correctly, the answer to my question on timing, what I would anticipate is the only budgetary impacts that this board's direction provided today might have on FY 17-18 would be the rehabilitation for the clerk recorder and then the Auburn Housing Unit 3 retrofit, because it sounds like the others are planning dollars that essentially we've already budgeted or anticipated spending anyway, at least for the next calendar or fiscal year. So
other than the election recorder,
yeah.
any upgrade that could be ready for 20, this is 17, perhaps as early as 18 for renovations of that
Right.
building, so that might be part of this budget. And then depending on what happens with the jail facility here in Auburn,
Right.
that might be a 2018.
So those would probably be the only two capital, yeah.
Well, I guess that assumes a certain method of construction that would be like we've used in the past, where I think we're talking now about needing to really take a hard look at whether we do design, bid, build rather than just design, build. So if in fact we come to an agreement internally about how best to proceed on these projects, there could be additional expenses incurred in fiscal 17-18, very likely. So, we'll flesh that out for you so you have that information as a part of your proposed budget. Whether or not we have the fully fleshed out 5-year plan, we'll do our best to render that as soon as we can.
Okay, that's fair. Good.
So just a few additional comments I have on that before we move with the actual motion and the vote. If I were having to break these out, I agree with Robert. I think the coroner facility, absolutely number one priority. I would vote for our sheriff's department up in Tahoe as number 2, but it's not on the list. So on this list, I think HHS would be my next priority. So I think even as we move forward, depending on what obstacles we may come across in the future, let's be really mindful of understanding how best to prioritize the projects that we have talked about today, so that if we do get to some of those off-ramps and we have to take them, we take the right off-ramps rather than the wrong ones. Going back to my first comments on this, I am still struggling with how we prioritize things and how we come up with those lists, and why things which were high priority are not even on our priority lists anymore. And so I do think that we are probably going to need to have another conversation, maybe with the public, maybe with the community, about how we prioritize things and what things are important and why they're important, because we have to be able to make that case to the community. I mean, I can tell you that the coroner's office is going to be really easy to explain to the community. HHS is going to be much more difficult. A crime lab, there's a certain segment of the population that's going to go, that totally makes sense. There's another segment of the population that's going to be like, what the heck? And so we need to really start those public conversations. Robert, your light's on.
Which caused me to think that it was my expectation that, based on conversations I've had, that I think should be clarified, and I think it strikes at a desire of yours, which is to really have at some point, and I can see it going forward with the DeWitt work continuing on the master plan, but a list of really every anticipated capital facility need that we can see as far as the eye can see, with some kind of expectation as to when it looks like we would actually be starting work on those kinds of things, so that we can continually adapt and adjust to that, but have an expectation of strategically how that fits into how we're operating on an annual basis, but in the longer run, hooking into our investments in capital facilities.
And both of the, if I may, both of those things is something we would clearly need to accomplish through that capital planning process moving forward. So obviously these 5 projects are going to fill out most of that 5-year, both need and capacity to deliver, but there are a number of other projects we're going to have to fold into the process, many of which are small but still noteworthy, and obviously public outreach we've heard pretty loud and clear. I would actually agree with you that we would involve the public in as well as departments in this board as to how to prioritize. Again, I'd like to take a fresh look. It took me a few reads through some of those old staff reports about criteria and high, medium, low, and tiers to really make sense of it in my own mind. I think it's worth a fresh look to see if that's an appropriate way to keep going, or if there's a new way that might simplify and meet the needs of your board better.
And then last but probably not least, this is, I think a question for Jerry. So implicit in this conversation around an HHS building, which is proposed to go in the government center, is direction around the government center and moving forward with a CEQA document at the government center. If that wasn't made clear in the earlier conversation, by definition, we have to move into that process. Are we all agreed on that?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And then, I'm sorry, I know that you'd said the last thing, but I just, on the what's going to come back to us from a financing standpoint, I was reading something recently that talked, that was about Los Angeles County's use of essentially a private company to come in and build, own, lease back to the county, and then at the end of 30 years, essentially surrender the building to the county, and they incur the debt. It's on their books. They build the facility with the pre-negotiated lease contract, which is locked for the 30-year term. And so Los Angeles County has used this, and I think they used it on their HHS facility down there. Yeah, several of their buildings. So I'd like us to take a look at that option as well. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else want the last word?
If I may just ask for one point of clarification. So, and this is, I won't make a habit of this, I promise.
If he doesn't get an answer.
I just want to be crystal clear as to maybe the intent of the direction. So, two things I'm thinking. One, is this the full green light, essentially assuming construction of all 5 projects, and only taking an off-ramp if the financial analysis or something else comes back not as expected? Or is this direction to move forward with that financing plan, essentially take the next step, but not necessarily assume construction at this point? It's assume we're going to get the financial information back, and we're going to essentially take that next step, but still sort of reserve the right to still make the call at a future point. Is that just completely wrong?
As the maker of the motion, let me ask a question. The reason that I asked all the questions that I did in terms of the work the county will be engaged in on these various facilities over the next 6 months, if you will, short term, is I don't know where there is a budget implication associated with, if we were today to say, go forward as if we intend to build these. Do that, let's make that assumption today. We get the finance plan in 90 days and we say, whoa, we're not comfortable with how this is stacking up. Let's pull back on various components of it. What would you have done in the next 90 days that couldn't either be utilized later or something else? So in other words, I think, at least what I'm intending to say is, let's move forward as if we will build all of these, knowing that, to address Robert's concern and Jennifer's concern, knowing that the crime lab would be the furthest out there anyway because of everything that still has to come together on that. So the board will have a number of places where we could say, wait, this isn't really coming together the way that we thought on the crime lab. But all the work, it would seem to me, that we would have to do between now and when a finance plan comes back is all work we're going to have to do eventually if we're going to do anything. So I don't think it's mutually exclusive, I guess is what I'm saying.
What we would do if we were given the full green light, as David said, is we would begin to get some contracts in place to develop criteria documents or further development of the programs of these facilities. So we may or may not have contracts in place within that 60 to 90 days, but that's where we would start going.
And I see no problem with that.
Okay.
That's just expensive existing staff time.
But if I understand you, Kirk, that's not really a full green light. That's a filtered green light.
I am not committing this board nor a future board to Scott's Crime Lab. No, that's not what I'm intending to do. What I'm intending to say is I believe all 5 of these projects are worthy and that the county needs to get them built at some point. We still have some questions that need to be answered, but you should proceed as if we're going to build them.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
And I concur with that. I just feel this need to relay that.
Speaking of the last word.
That for me, any of these could have still a fatal flaw. So, for example, if the crime lab comes back and it looks like the cold numbers are operationally $500,000 going to $3 million, and there's nothing we can do to fix that, I might take a second look and say no. Similarly, if for some reason on the HH building, which I just got through saying would be unconscionable if we didn't rebuild it, if the undergrounding was such that it took the 75 to twice that, I might reconsider that or bump something else off of the list. So I want those kinds of on-ramps, and I guess if I need to be clear about that, now's the time to do that.
Oh, I got another light.
No, I was
Supervisor Duran.
just going to say, I mean, hopefully you understand that there's no guarantees on anything. You know, and we're just doing the best that we can to kind of move these things forward to the next step. So, you know, even if we did say, yeah, 100% today, we don't know what the future is going to hold. So, you know.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Holy cats. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And I believe that within that motion, we also addressed number 4 in the financing. So, all right, having completed all business, I believe we stand adjourned at 3:28 by that clock, 3:30 by my iPad.